replay so that we can together create a powerful wave of love and peace that will ripple out to the world. I'm Deborah Giusti, and myself, along with the dedicated partners here, are in service to the planetary awakening that's taking place now and in support of the amazing Disclosure Fest. We appreciate everyone joining us live, and we welcome everyone watching the replay as this wave of healing and love is going to continue to spread outgoing its magic to create what we know is possible now. In spite of the challenges that you may be experiencing in our world now, and no matter how different perspectives we have to understand what's happening now, the bottom line is that we are all one. We are connected in hearts and souls. So no matter how divided and challenging it looks, we all really want the same things. We want a world that values all of life, our Mother Earth, that values health, harmony, and peace for all. And we do have the power to create that now, in spite of what it looks like. We, the people that want to create this world now, are a majority. There are thousands of people that are going to be participating with us in this program now. And there are millions, billions around the world that feel as we do. You can hear them protesting around the world, and so many are taking positive actions right now. So we are coming together now to set positive manifestation intentions in the field with
I'll get the stakes on when we're done.
meditation.
Sure. Okay. Oh, I was going to ask
So
you.
I invite you now,
If you-
instead of investing your thoughts and actions that continue to divide us, let's unite. The time is now. We are here for unity now, connecting community, harmonizing hearts, inspiring peace, and to support Disclosure Fest. And I welcome you from the bottom of my heart. And we're now going to introduce the hosts of Unity Now. And first of all, I'd like to welcome Adrian Vallera, the founder and producer of Disclosure Fest organization and Disclosure Fest. This man works tirelessly to support community, including the homeless, to create a better world. He's been through more challenging times than any of us can understand, having Disclosure Fest canceled 4 times before the fire in 2024. But he's still deeply committed, and with our help, Disclosure Fest will happen in 2025. Welcome with so much love, Adrian.
Thank you so much, Deborah, and thank you everyone, Scott and Star, Michelle, for putting all this amazing time and energy to support this. My heart just cried when I received this information, this call that you wanted to put something on to support what happened, and so much gratitude, so much love, because yeah, this is Disclosure Fest Foundation was started to be of service, and we did so many initiatives throughout almost a decade. And our festival was kind of like this flagship that really anchors in the light to support people into remembering to be of service, that huge, beautiful activation key that's dormant within us until we, remember that service is important, So I'm so grateful for all of you to join.
I don't know why it's only using my phone for sound.
Hey, everybody, remember to mute. You all came in muted, but it's important for everybody to keep themselves muted. Thank you so much.
So again, it's so important that we're all together. We put together this amazing, beautiful event, Unity Now. It's a beautiful time to come together, to feel inspired, to come back into your joy, into your power, and this oneness that we can all share. Come back to that heart space. We've all been going through interesting times this year. With all of these times brings about so many beautiful opportunities and gifts. So now it's a beautiful time to look at all the gifts within this. And again, so grateful to support Disclosure Fest Foundation. We really do want to continue our mission, and it really takes a community, because this is a community platform. So I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for being a part of this. And all of our partners that have joined us, we're going to be sharing throughout the event. and our amazing speaker lineup and music lineup. So thank you so much. You're going to have such a blast. It's going to be such a great show. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Adrian. Hello, world. I'm Anastara Maka, mother of 1111 Unified and Ascension University, and I'm here to share with you the power of 1111. 1111 as a master number means spiritual awakening and enlightenment. It literally is an awakening code. And those of us who see it, acknowledge it, and work with it, and the more it's in our awareness and consciousness, the more that we see it. And so this portal day specifically is magic and miracles. Anything you think, say, and do today is amplified and magnified throughout the unified field 11 times. So we are here to intend and anchor the prayer for peace and unity and harmony together as one global community. Also, when you look at 1111, it's the 4 pillars, and the 4 is the builder of things that last. We're not talking about roads or institutions or universities or temples, although those are wonderful things. We're talking about the ideal of the human experience and the fact that each and every one of us holds a light within us. And when we share that light with those around us, it ripples out into the world and we affect the field. As Teresa Collins says from Global Co-Parents Pulse, what we feed the field matters. And so what are you feeding the field today? How are you going to embody your highest self so that we can accelerate this planetary ascension into our highest timeline? And so, beloveds, we welcome you. The temple doors are open. Happy 1111. And we are so excited to share this beautiful journey with each of you. And up next, we have the beautiful Michelle Anderson.
Thank you so much for that, Anastara. You really bring it together in sharing why we're here and the power we have to co-create here. And when I first met Adrian Vallera and went to my very first Disclosure Fest in 2017, I was blown away by the power of community and watching what happens when you co-create together in a container of divine love through the Mass Meditation Initiative. And since then, I have just watched him expand Disclosure Fest and the Mass Meditation Festivals, seeing up to 22,000 people gather at Los Angeles State Historic Park is a pretty awe-inspiring vision when you're there collaborating with all the people that come together in the name of unity through community. And this is like a dream come true for me to see us all collaborating together with 18 partners that are power-packed partners that all do great things on their own. And I've always said that Adrian has modeled that for me, the vision of unity through community and conscious collaboration without competition. He shares so beautifully the vision of Disclosure Fest and all the different initiatives that he brings forward through the nonprofit foundation, feeding the homeless and helping the starseed children and planting trees for clean air and doing trash pickups for the ocean. The Every Elder program is another one that really touches my heart. And these were all birthed from each one of the Disclosure Fest festivals. And so I'm really, really inspired to see each one of you here. In the chat is just going off. And I feel like that this is something that we're all doing together. And we thank you so much for being with us. This is just an amazing, epic day for birthing a new earth where we all come together and let our similarities unite us. Thank you. Scott, we couldn't do this without you. And thank you, Deborah, so much for your vision and your stewardship. Feel so honored that we're on this platform together.
Oh, thank you, Michelle. Welcome, everybody. I'm Love Coach Scott Katamas, and many of you remember way back when the pandemic happened, Deborah and I started something called Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. And one of the major things we did was we raised money for people in need. And at the time, there were a lot of wildfire victims, and we raised thousands and thousands of dollars for people who were in need. We are community, and it's about putting aside political differences and coming together in the common vision that we all have, which is more peace, harmony, and love in our lives. And we start with each other and our individuals and our immediate relationships. And we also look at who's in need. And we all are continuing to support our friends and family, whether it's somebody dealing with cancer, losing their home with a fire. And tonight we honor Adrian and Disclosure Fest. And for those of you who might not know, he put together the biggest festival yet. It was going to happen last June in Lake Castaic. And 3 days before the festival, a big wildfire took place in that same area. And he was forced to cancel the event. And you can imagine putting together an event like that, all the outlay of funding, and then not to be able to have it happen. So the rest of us, Deborah, Anastasia, Michelle, and I all came together and said, okay, we want to support Adrian. And let's do it right after the election, when we're all about unifying, whatever the election results were, whether you're jubilant or not, to really come together, support Adrian, and also remember that we're all part of this one big global family, one big global peace tribe. So we want to invite you to enjoy the evening, and we also want to invite people to contribute. And we'll put into the chat box many, many times. If you go to Disclosure Fest, that's where you can donate. Many of you already have by actually paying for your tickets tonight. Thank you, everybody who bought a ticket. Really grateful for that. And for those of you who haven't, please come on in, and you can still donate because we want to make sure that the mass meditations and the great work that Adrian and his team are doing can continue. I think many of us have been to his events. They're extraordinary. We want it to continue. And speaking of building community, I have the honor of introducing our first presenter, who is one of the great community builders that I know. I am talking about Larissa Stowe, who you see on camera there. And she is building community online on her land just outside of Sedona, and one of the great hearts. And so she also happens to have one of my favorite voices. So to kick us off, both with her vision for community and that beautiful voice, I turn it over to Larissa Stowe. And the Buddha.
Ha ha ha. Real quick, somebody is sharing screen and annotating and everything. Scott, can you please remove any permissions from anyone else sharing screen?
Sure will. Yeah.
I want to start with sharing a call to love, and I'm backing myself up so I don't overload you all vocally. In the name of love, the beneficent, the merciful, most gracious of those who walk on the earth in humility. And when we address them, we say peace. We say peace. In the name of love, in the name of love, we say peace. Just like birth, we are going through incredible contractions before the great expansion. We are in the throes of birthing the golden age. A new earth is on the horizon. The Piscean age is giving rise to the Aquarian age of we. Politically, our beloved community appears to be split. But let this not split our commitment for unity of the we. We create unity when we seek to understand, respect, and ultimately love and care for one another. I just see that I was muted. Scott, can you tell me how long I was muted?
No, we've heard you just fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we heard you up until a few seconds ago.
Okay. The last part I wanted to say is we do not need another revolution. We need a wevolution. Coming together in heart-centered awareness, intentions, and actions. And so I wanted to introduce you to my beloved we community here at Shiloh. We are working with what we call the 6 agreements, the global agreements of the wevolution. And come on, Jen. We practice this as a community. When we have dinner, we read these agreements together. And as you can imagine, in every community, a lot comes up, a lot of triggering of our own, wounds from our childhood comes up. And we need agreements at this time. And so the 6 global agreements of the wevolution was created through the wisdom of the ages, through the wisdom of the elders. And together, we created these 6 global agreements. And number 1 is to plug into source daily. May we all remember that how important it is to remember to be sitting in the seat of ourselves, in the seat of source, that unconditional love that we come from and we return to. And we remember this when we meditate, when we pray, when we do our forgiveness work. This brings us back into the true knowing of who we are. And we also, like number 2, we want to be courageously vulnerable in life and take down that social mask that we all wear and allow ourselves to be seen, allow ourselves to make mistakes and to show up with all that we are. And in that vulnerability, allowing others to come in closer to us and the world to come in closer to us. We also want to lean into our compassionate curiosity. So rather than to judge others immediately, become more curious. Like, what are they going through? What made them who they are in this lifetime to have the views that they have and that they hold, so that curiosity can bring people together where they once felt really split.
931 participants.
Woohoo! We heard you. And we want to have radical self-acceptance. Whereas we accept ourselves, it gives rise to being able to accept each other.
Audio, start video. I've got the video. I've unmuted the mute microphone and.
Okay, now I understand why I was muted. All right. And then number 5, respect each other. And this is something that we all can really rise to right now as
Has
we're
nothing to do with,
feeling these splits
you want to mute.
in our beliefs.
No, I
To
don't
really
want to.
respect one
That
another.
mutes us, not them. So you want it to be muted, otherwise they can hear us.
Yes, we're hearing you perfectly.
Hear
And
you.
so are other people. So everyone, please keep yourselves muted.
And the last one is play together. So hopefully we all keep our sense of humor and we make music together, we create together, we create with those that we love, and we remember to play, because it's truly in that playing that we develop even more cooperation. And I've heard someone very wise say that play is the highest form of prayer. So I invite all of us to adopt the 6 global agreements and work those into our lives, because as we do, we all grow together as a we.
Oh my gosh. This is the best message for today. What a great way to start us off. Thank you, Larissa. You're always bringing it. And we thank you so much for coming on and bringing your community of the Weevolution.
Well, thank you, Michelle. I love you. And Adrian, we are all here for you. We all want to see Disclosure Fest expand and connect to the world. It's so important that we come together as community in the way that you bring us together.
Thank you, love. I really appreciate that. And that was so beautiful. Such a heart activation.
Incredible.
I can't wait to come check out the retreat center out there.
Can't wait to have you. Can't wait to have everyone come and visit Shiloh and experience the Weevolution here.
Hey, I also want to invite everybody to make sure that you join the Weevolution on our Facebook page. For those of you that are Facebookers, it's Larissa's Shakti Love Warriors group. And there's a lot of good things always happening there. That's a good way to tune into what she's doing and how she's creating community. So get on Facebook, just go to Larissa's Shakti Love Warriors group.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you. I'm so grateful to be here with you all. Love you all so much.
Love you too. And I am so excited to bring on our next speaker, Elizabeth April, who is somebody that's very, very close to my heart. She came on the scene and really ignited so many of the star seeds out there. She's not only a spiritual teacher and UFO expert, a spiritual influencer and public speaker. She's a #1 selling author. You're Not Dying, You're Waking Up, her book. And she really is a paradigm shifter. And Elizabeth, I'd also like to highlight that you are a fabulous mother, and I witness you, and thank you for being here. I'm going to turn it over to you because I know you have a really important message to share. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michelle. And I couldn't say enough beautiful things about Michelle and Adrian. And actually, I wanted to start off by talking about, just in general, the space that's created here, the fact that there are volunteers that work really hard to put something like this together. And Adrian, who is just like a spiritual brother to me, you work so hard, you do so much. And it was so unfortunate what happened in California with your last conference. And I have so much hope that the universe is going to back you on your next ventures, because you're a connector, you're a community builder. You are the guy that's behind the scenes bringing us all together. And I just feel like we need more emphasis on people like you. So I'll talk about that a little bit at the end. So I want to first just talk about what unity is, because I feel like, within the spiritual community, we talk about this often, right? Unity and unification, but we don't actually describe it or define it enough. Unity is 2 sides coming together. That's what it is. So keep that in mind. Within quantum mechanics and quantum physics, we live in a binary, polarized universe. As much as I'd like to say that it gets a lot better in higher dimensions, it actually doesn't. It is still a polarized, it is still a binary universe, even out there. So what we need to do is we need to bring both of these sides together. We need to learn this here and now in order to really master this reality. So please keep that in mind. Now, today I actually have a guide for you. I call it a mini unity guide because not only do we not talk about the definition of unity enough, but we don't practice it enough both individually and collectively. And one of the things that I hear often from the Galactic Federation when I ask about cosmic disclosure is this: Elizabeth, why would we come to your planet and disclose ourselves when you can't even love each other based on your race and your skin color and your culture and your language and your age and even your invisible lines across the planet? If we cannot come together and love each other as human beings, how can we ever expect interdimensionals who look, act, speak very different from us to come here and to actually create unity above this frequency? So that's what we need to do first. And I think that, especially based on the very polarizing events in America, this is a perfect time to come together and talk about unity. So this is our next evolutionary step. We talk about the fifth dimension. We talk about ascension. Unity is the next big thing that we all need to come together and agree upon, right? Now, before I get into this mini unity guide, I just want to mention, one of the things that will always shift your frequency and raise you to the next vibration is gratitude and appreciation. And if a lot of you are sitting there thinking, well, I don't know how to be grateful, right? Or I don't have anything to be grateful for. I've got a terrible job. I can't pay the bills. My living situation isn't great. My landlord sucks, yada, yada, yada. I get it. I definitely get it. But the fact that you can watch this right now means you have access to the internet, which is more to say than 30% of the entire planet. Right? The fact that you can go over to your tap, run it, and actually drink the water you might not want to, but you can, says a lot, right? Once again, 30 to 40% of the planet don't have access to clean drinking water. There is so much for us to be grateful for, and just that tiny switch in perception is going to anchor you into a higher frequency. So please keep that in mind. Now, I've got 5 steps to unification internally. Step 1 is free yourself of identity, right? So, I mean, right now we live in a world where there's so many different ways to identify yourself. This is what I do for a living. This is how I identify within my gender or sexuality. This is how I identify within politics. This is how I identify, as a human being. And all of those layers, all of those aspects of identity are only doing one thing: separating you from unity. So the first step to unification internally and of course collectively is let go of your identifiers, let go of the labels, let go of the layers. It's not serving you, and it's definitely not serving the collective. All right, step 2 to your mini unity guide is bring gratitude to the darkness, right? It's easy to say, I had a great day. I'm so grateful for my great day. It's really difficult to say, I had a very challenging week. I've had a very challenging year, but yet I am so grateful for all of the challenge that I've experienced. When we can get to a place of gratitude for the low vibration, gratitude for the darkness, that's when you can truly anchor into unity. All right. So once again, step 2, it's not just gratitude for the darkness, gratitude for those players in the world that we don't think are a great influence, gratitude for them, right? Not anger, not resentment, not projection, gratitude. Because within the universe, we've got light and dark. Source, God, whatever you want to call it, it's light and dark. That is what unity is. So to be grateful for the light and to be grateful for the dark is to be grateful for Source itself. That's to honor us, and that's to honor the collective within unity, okay? All right, step number 3 for your mini unity guide is practice objective awareness. I like to call it equanimity. That means that you are aware of the high vibration, you are aware of the low vibration, you are aware of the good days, the bad days, the pain, the aches, the ugly, and the beauty. You're aware of all of it without attachment, without aversion, without reaction. When we can truly practice objective observation, we can truly get ourselves into a place of unity. While we're in unity, every single possibility exists. That's where the true manifestation happens, both individually and collectively. Step number 4, all right, in your mini unity guide is master vibrational navigation. Now, a lot of you may not understand what vibrational navigation is. I talk about it a lot on my own channels. Essentially, this was a huge download that came to me in 2022 about the biggest tool we needed moving into 2023 and beyond. It's the ability to consciously connect and consciously disconnect from the world around us. Your mother-in-law, that cup of coffee, whatever it may be, right? The politics, consciously being able to connect and subsequently disconnect will allow you full control and freedom over your reality. And finally, step number 5 with your mini unity guide is exist in unity. Just become it, be it. Apply steps 1 through 4 in order to really fully anchor yourselves into a place of complete awareness without any sort of attachment or aversion. So I'm going to just repeat those steps. Step 1, free yourself of identity. Free yourself from identity. Step 2, bring gratitude to darkness and to light, but that's easy. Bring gratitude. Step number 3 is practice objective awareness. Be objectively aware of everything without the identity, without the attachments. And step number 4 is master vibrational navigation, consciously being able to connect and disconnect with the world around you. All of those steps applied are going to bring you into unity, where once again, everything and nothing exists simultaneously. Every single timeline, every single possibilities opens up when we step into 0-point frequency. That is unity. And so that's not only just great for you in your own life, that's also great to anchor into the collective. This is what we need to do in order to fully anchor in and move forward. Okay. And finally, I just want to mention that once again, Adrian is one of these people that constantly gives, and actually everyone around you constantly gives. And there's so much that you have to give, especially as this community collaborator, the guy behind the scenes, really making things happen and bringing this community together. And one thing that you're not great at, Adrian, because you're great at a lot of things, is asking for things in return. And right now, I just want to put it out there to the community to say, if you want to support more community, more engagement, and more great free events just like this, if you think this is beneficial and helpful and raising our vibration with real, honest information that's going to help us along this journey, then please go over to disclosurefest.org and donate. Even if it's $5, that goes into something that's actually really giving back to the collective. Adrian also has a lot of boots on the ground initiatives as well, giving back, feeding the homeless, and really making a change in the local communities. I literally cannot praise this man enough and all of the volunteers around you. I will support you with all of my energy for the rest of this life, because I really do just love and appreciate you so, so much. And I really think that you have such a vital mission here. So that's one way that you can give back and support. And I really appreciate you having all of us on at this time. Such a vital time to be alive and give back.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for being a part of this. That was beautiful. We have something to go home with our check with our unity. So beautiful. And yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's so much that I want to continue to do. Thank you for sharing that with the community. You've always been this like we share so much of the same downloads. I keep finding that. We keep finding that out. And you know, when people do that, like that just shows you that like we're on the same mission together. And there's just so much to keep doing, and we both surrender to this service. You're right about asking for things, but you know, I'm here to just show up. And yeah, so thank you so much for being a part of this. That was so beautiful. I also wanted to throw out somewhere early, because I forgot to mention that like we're going to be doing the meditation later, and this is Ashley Marie in the background over here doing a grid. And she is going to be putting people's intention into this grid for our 1111 portal. So if you have an intention for this grid to anchor in, please put it into the chat. And that's all I was going to say. Thank you. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Michelle, so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I know you've had a really busy day and you have another thing you're going to do right after this. And you really show up in such a powerful way, Elizabeth. I echo everyone here in thanking you for the way that you show up for the entire planet. And thank you for highlighting, Adrian's selfless service. I witnessed that myself as well. And we're just so blessed to all of us be here. Can you believe there's almost 1,000 of us here right now from around the world? I really appreciate all the messages they're putting in the chat, and it just feels like we're doing something really magnificent together. And that's what this is all about. Thank you. I can't wait to see you at Conscious Life Expo. That's in February. You'll be there. And I know that they're one of our partners. And to me, that shows exactly what this conscious collaboration and moving into a new paradigm of unity consciousness is, to see that Conscious Life Expo and New Living Expo and all of these partners that are joining with us, that even though a lot of people might do some of the same things, there's no competition here, and this is the way forward. And you model that so beautifully. Everyone here, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you.
Wow. We're off to a great start.
We are. And, we've kind of talked a little bit about what Disclosure Fest has done. And Elizabeth mentioned the 6 different initiatives that Adrian does. And so now we're going to take a look at a video that Adrian just put together, his amazing team. Adrian, is there anything you want to say before Anastar starts the video?
Oh, yeah, actually, this was our dear friend Lauren put this together for us. She's an amazing editor, and we spent a couple days to try to get it out. We did the best that could. But it really kind of portrays that, what we are, because we're not really just a festival. A lot of people think we might just be a festival. This is really more than that. It's really a place for us to show up, to be of service. And I think that this video really can show a little bit more about what Disclosure Fest Foundation is, and if it's something that calls that you can join us out there in supporting our community.
Hi, this is Adrian Vallera with Disclosure Fest Foundation. We are a multicultural initiative-based nonprofit platform here in Los Angeles, primarily focusing on 6 environmental and humanitarian initiatives. Our mass meditation initiative is a mindful yoga, music, healing and arts vegan festival. Feed Our Souls, our homeless initiative. Starseed, our children's initiative. Our clean air initiative, tree planting, forest restoration, our beach and river cleanup initiative, and our Every Elder initiative.
Cleansing the rivers and healing the land. Stewards of beauty, the stewards these paths.
The initiative we're most known for is our Mass Meditation Initiative, which happens every year, summer solstice, in Los Angeles State Historic Park. Up to 22,000 people visualizing the same change together. It's one of the largest mass meditations in the world. This is a mindful yoga, music, healing and arts vegan festival. So we kind of touch on all these different ways for people to activate so many different parts of our higher consciousness. Meditation, workshops, breath work, and there'll be cacao ceremonies and our Star Ancestor stage featuring so many indigenous elders in over 30 different nations and tribes that come together and inspires people to tap into a different frequency, something that sparks and activates our being.
Can we show up and can we support each other? This is an honor to be here with our neighbors.
It's
They get to really drop into their ninja self, and they get to surprise themselves with what they're capable of.
We all feel equal here.
Yeah.
It's like I haven't been to a school like this before.
The tree that I just planted is the most important species that we actually have, like here in California, in the lungs of Santa Monica Mountains.
Band us together, we're stronger as one family united under this great sun. Cleansing the rivers and healing the land is the only way. Stewards of beauty, the stewards these hands, and so we pray. Cleansing the rivers and healing the land is the only way. Stewards of beauty, the stewards these hands, and so we pray.
So this year we took it to the next level from a one-day event to an incredible 3-day camping music festival at Castaic Lake. We as a team together spent almost a year putting this amazing event together. And unfortunately, as many of you know, Disclosure Fest, our mass meditation initiative, this year had to be postponed due to the nearby forest fires. CAL FIRE and Castaic County forced us to postpone our event into next year. All of our community, there's so many people, vendors, staff, volunteers, artists, so many amazing people that came together for months and months. To this day, it's put us into a really challenging spot. It's so important to us as a nonprofit that we always support our community. Here at Disclosure Fest, it's really important to us to honor our ticket holders, our donors, our exhibitors who have continued to support this foundation through thick and thin. So having this amazing 11/11 event, Unity Now, on this beautiful portal day is our way of bringing the community together, connecting in our heart space, stepping into our power, and just supporting each other. So much has been going on all over the world that we felt this is such a perfect time during this portal for all of us to get together, raise our vibrations. We put together this incredible Unity Now event to inspire you, to empower you, to bring back joy and harmony into your life. Really support and help you step back into your heart, step back into your power, to really see what the difference that you as one individual can make as we come together. We are so grateful to have you be a part of this with us and sharing your energy and your heart frequency. Disclosure Fest is more than just a festival. Disclosure Fest is all about being of service, where you can support a sister or brother facing homelessness on the street, working with children and elderly, planting trees. And that's why we are dedicated in continuing our mission, supporting the community and the collective in all ways. So join us here at Disclosure Fest Foundation. Go to disclosurefest.org. You can sign up to be a volunteer. We would love to have you. If you can support us in a donation, all of your donations go to support our 6 initiatives.
If you feel really strongly about one of our initiatives in particular, we can make sure to direct your donation to that initiative. So please don't hesitate.
We do amazing things for our world, like as a community.
To donate now, visit disclosurefest.org. All the donations from this live stream go to support our exhibitors, our staff, and our continued mission. So when you're donating, just know that you'll be supporting a sister or brother on the streets, a child planting trees, restoring forests and waterways. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for supporting everything we do here at Disclosure Fest Foundation. Together, we can continue to make a difference.
Amazing. Wow, Adrian, so beautiful. It's so good to see that and all the efforts you've making.
That came together. Wow. So it's like almost 10 years now. It's just so crazy to even think about it.
Wow.
We just got to keep going. There's so much community out there. There's so many people that just know that don't even realize that there's such an activation with just being of service. And there's just so many people that really surrendered to a life of it. So like we want to continue it. We want to support the community. We want our communities to come out and support this. And, really grateful for all of you for being a part of this, and, just to seeing what, you can do, what we can do, what we can all do together.
Mm-hmm.
truly the power of community. The video really, really shows what happens when community comes together, especially during a mass meditation. And seeing all your initiatives was really, really spotlighting what Disclosure Fest was born to do. The Every Elder program was the last program, the last initiative that you ignited after one of our big festivals. And it meant so much to me to see what you did when you went in and listened to the elders and gave sound healing concerts, and, watching the children with playing the Jedi basketball. And, it's been an amazing journey. And I think the video really captures what this foundation is all about.
It's really cool in the chat box. I mean, it's flying by so fast, but we've already had just people from Brazil and Australia just now say, bring this to Brazil, bring this to Australia. So I'm appreciating that we have a global tribe of people watching, and that what you're doing, Adrian, is inspiring people. And yes, we need to bring these initiatives out to the world.
It's simple. Like, if you are out there, I mean, that if you're encouraged to do something, go and do it. There's so many different ways, finding your homeless encampments in your community and just setting up a day to support, getting some friends together, going to a beach or a park and just cleaning it up. And there's so many ways to show up. So just, if you feel inspired, go and do it, because that is the only thing that, can show that you're actually making a difference in your community.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Scott, are you going to show the GoFundMe again so people can share their love?
Absolutely. It's actually not a GoFundMe. It's the disclosure donation page. And this is where people can go. So if you go to disclosurefest.org/products/donate. And I'll leave that up for a moment so all the people watching, I want to acknowledge we've got over 900 people in our Zoom room, but we also have hundreds watching on our YouTube channels, our Facebook pages. A big thanks to the Sign Network for putting us out to all those Facebook groups and pages. And all of our partners, like Alan Steinfeld, puts it up on his YouTube channel. And again, this is where people can come in and donate. Go to disclosurefest.org/products/donate. And we've got a few minutes before our next presenter
Actually, I am going to honor our partners.
Yes, we are.
Yes, because just like Disclosure Fest is a collaboration, this was a high-level collaborative effort to assist Disclosure Fest, but also create this mass meditation of healing, because it really is time for us to work together, putting all our resources and abilities on the table for all to benefit and working together. And in that way, we can mega manifest. What I want to say is all the partners that we asked, invited to participate, were a huge yes to this, because they know the time is now for people to work together and collaborate and spread this healing and love everywhere. So I want to honor a few of the partners now, and I will.
While you do that, here's a quick list of our primary partners, and we're going to spotlight some of them right now through Deborah and Anastara, but a big thanks to everybody who's getting this out to the world.
And the first one I want to honor is Unify. So Unify.org. Unify was one of the first major global organizations to conduct mass meditations. They connected millions all over the world. Their largest global meditation earned them the Guinness Book of World Records, which documented 2.3 million planetary peacekeepers together. And they also documented the science and phenomenon of how global meditations result in major positive changes in communities. So we honor them for their service over the past 7 years, doing global meditations for peace. And they have done over 77 campaigns that have unified over 100 million people around the globe. So much love, blessings, and honoring to Unify.org. And our next partner I want to honor is Conscious Life Expo. This year will be their 23rd annual. It takes place in Los Angeles, February 7th through 10th. It's the most leading edge conference of its kind with life-changing information. It features hundreds of speakers and exhibitors there to transform our world. This year, it will include Daryl Anka, Bashar, Elizabeth April, Linda Moulton Howe, George Norrie, Till Swan, even Alexander, so many speakers. And it's really easy to fly into Los Angeles in the airport because the hotel is right there. So if you want to come to the most incredible conference like this that there is, it's Conscious Life Expo. And you can find out and get more tickets, get your tickets at consciouslifeexpo.com. And one more partner I want to honor is Conscious Awakening Network. And this is a major network for the new paradigm that offers streaming content, a marketplace, events, courses, and access to community. It was founded by Sheila Seppi, and her higher guidance allowed this platform to grow quickly in a few years. And it reaches not only the awakening community, but the mainstream community through traditional channels. If you have programs to offer, or you just want to access programs on any devices that works for you, you can go to consciousawakeningnetwork.org. And I'll post that in the chat.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Deborah. The first ones that I would like to acknowledge is the Sedona Ascension Retreat. It is coming up March 14th to 16th, 2025. And they're celebrating a new humanity, uniting a new earth arising. This is so much of what we're already talking about, right? And apparently it is their 10th anniversary celebration as well. So we really do want to honor them. And then, of course, one of my all-time favorites and a woman that I hold dear to my heart, Teresa Collins, and her Global Coherence Pulse. So the Global Coherence Pulse, she has been doing for many years now, and they have Greg Braden coming up very, very soon. And apparently there's not a date on here, right? Launches in 2025 is his new book, Pure Human. So Greg Braden has been a mentor of mine for many years. I love his work and so appreciate her and who she's bringing to our global community. And then the next Global Coherence Pulse that I wanted to share with you is actually coming up in November. So we have our beautiful Theo Grace, who graces the stage of Global Peace Tribe often. Roland McCarty, part of Heart Math Institute. And you can find out more at globalcoherencepulse.org. This one is on November 16th. And then the final one that I would like to share with you as I'm dancing with technology, as we are doing today, is the New Living Expo. So this is going to be coming up in April next year. They are reconnoitering about their dates, so you'll want to check back for updates, but you can visit their website at newlivingexpo.com. Expand your mind, renew your body, connect your soul and source. So I'm really looking forward to this one because this one is close to my hometown and I plan to be there. So I hope to see you there. Amazing.
You all did such a great job of highlighting people who have been leaders in this movement, really leaders in the movement of consciously collaborating, bringing us together with these beautiful messages that unite us. And Adrian, I was scrolling in the chat and I see somebody wrote, Adrian, you have such a vast expanse to the reach of your angel wings, lifting up life, others, and our earth up. Thank you for your profound selfless service to all. Thank you, Shoshana. Now, there's so many messages. I was scrolling and that one just really wanted to be read. And I hope you can feel, I'm really happy to see how all of this love is affecting each one of us. And, you know, this is leading us into the mass meditation soon, and I want to stay on time. So we're going to turn it back on over to you, Deborah, to introduce our next speaker.
And Marianne is here.
She is here.
Wonderful. So we are so honored now to share with you a woman that has dedicated her life to humanity's awakening and creating peace on earth. She's been one of our top spiritual teachers for over 4 decades. She's a best-selling author. And as her life is not just about her message, she's completely about sacred action. She founded Project Angel Food in 1989 that has delivered more than 18,000 meals to dying and home-bound patients in Los Angeles since 1989. And she's worked throughout her career on poverty, on anti-hunger, on racial reconciliation. She co-founded the Peace Alliance. And talk about taking action. She ran for president, not once, but twice, which resulted in enlightening millions and modeling what true sacred leadership can stand for. And she's joining us today because she understands now is the time not to sit back and complain about how things appear, but it's time now for us to unify, take action, and support each other in creating the world we came here to create. Because together, united in spirit, we have together the powerful force that can change the world. And so with so much love, we welcome you, Marianne.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deborah. And thank you so much, Scott. You guys have always been so great to me. And it's always wonderful to be part of this gathering because the quality of listening is what in large part determines the quality of sharing, because you can only go as deep as the listening that's provided. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to all of you tonight. Obviously, we are living in a very critical moment on our planet, and a critical moment for those of us who are Americans here in our country. I have spoken before about how it seems to me that we're living in 2 simultaneous realities, one of a world that's passing away and one of a world that is struggling to be born. This is a historic period of historic phase transition on the planet. We all know this, but such times are often turbulent. And I think that we are called by history to be both death doulas to a world and many structures that need to pass away, as well as birth doulas to the world that is struggling to be born. These things are dictated to us in a way in terms of our own personal actions that we take, having to do with our own relationships, our own families, our own citizenship, our own community involvement, our own work, and so forth. But politics is our collective assignment, as it were. It's a collective dharma. And so all of us are affected by how things unfold in that way. I've always been a bit of a romantic about American democracy, always fascinated by the metaphysical understanding of the founders. If you look at the dollar bill, you'll see the Great Seal of the United States, designed by 5 of our main founders. The Great Seal of the United States is the Great Pyramid at Giza. And the Great Pyramid of Giza had a capstone. We know that the capstone was gold. We know that it was the eye of Horus, the proverbial third eye, the guidance of the Holy Spirit, and so forth, was painted in blue, unless it was lapis lazuli. I guess no one knows, I'm not sure, on the gold, on the capstone. And because of the gold capstone, because of the eye of Horus on there, people from miles and miles away, when the sun shone on the capstone, that's how people would know where the pyramid was. Well, the capstone's gone. And nobody knows where the capstone is. And archaeologists have different theories about it, because if it had just fallen off, then archaeologists would have found it by now at the bottom of the pyramid. At the base, it would be under the sand. Some people say, well, it's probably somewhere in that causeway between the pyramid and the Sphinx. But once again, all the archaeological digs, and it hasn't been found. Now, according to the metaphysical tradition, the capstone was taken down. that during a time of devolution in Egyptian civilization, the theory goes, there were Egyptian monks who climbed up to the top of the pyramid, removed the capstone, and buried it somewhere. Now, according to metaphysical traditions, the phrase buried beneath the sands in Egypt means buried within the layers of the subconscious mind. The Great Seal of the United States, first of all, I find it so fascinating that our founders knew all this. You know, Benjamin Franklin was a Rosicrucian. In those days, astrology was considered a gentleman's art. So many of the metaphysical understandings that are now would be considered by our political establishment as kind of woo-woo were very much a part of the understanding of many of the people living, including our founders alive at that time. So they put on the Great Seal of the United States the pyramid with the capstone returned. And the light, you can see the bursts of light that are emanating from the capstone. And underneath it are the words Novus Ordo Seclorum, meaning New Order of the Ages. That according to the founders, the United States would represent a new order in which the capstone had been returned, in which humanity had reclaimed its wisdom. Now, the ideals at the founding of our country were an incredible burst of light, a burst of light that changed the world. But at the same time, we all know that even at the very beginning, the inherent contradictions of the state of humanity's consciousness at this point was on full display. Because we, on one hand, we were established on this amazing document which posited spiritual as well as political possibilities that had never been manifest on the world, on the earth before. The very idea that a government could be formed on the basis that all men are created equal. But at the same time, out of the 56 signers of the Declaration, 41 of them were slave owners. So the United States has always, throughout our history, been a tug of war. We have always been a struggle between some of the highest consciousness and some of the most regressive consciousness. But it's always important to remember that over time, our legacy has been that where we have swerved from love in such things as slavery, in such things as the institutional suppression of women, in such things as segregation, that generations arose that course corrected our nation. Now we're living at a very turbulent moment, obviously. And I believe, as with so many things, I believe it about spirituality and religion. We're rethinking everything. This is a moment of great rethinking. We're rethinking business, we're rethinking food and agriculture, we're rethinking health, we're rethinking politics, we're rethinking religion and spirituality. And it's an individuation process. An individuation process of a civilization is much like the individuation process of an individual. You grow up, you look at your parents, you look at what was handed down to you, and you sort it out for yourself. What about that do I like? What about that works? That I'm going to try to even expand it, make it even better and hand it to my children? Versus what about that was like nothing I want to hand down to my kids. That was a neurotic pattern. That chain gets broken right here so that it does not get passed on. And now we're not only just at the beginning of a new century, we are at the beginning of a new civilization. I think it's important to recognize about a younger generation today. Gen Z, they're not even 20th century people. That's extremely significant. The 21st century mindset is different than the 20th. The 20th was different than the 19th. 20th century mindset gave birth to the advent of Western materialism, scientific revolution. Much was great. Much it was absolutely an advance for human civilization, but also which led this Newtonian pattern of a very mechanistic, rationalistic way of looking at the world, also led to the diminishment and the peripheralization of the internal life. And we realize entering this century that we have suffered greatly from a kind of withering away of some of our ethical and moral and spiritual musculature. Now, what's interesting about Gen Z is that they're not 20th century people. they weren't, many of them were not even born there. And even among those of them who were born there, they spent the first few years of their lives. So Gen Z is an interesting introduction into a much more integrative way of looking at global transformation. It has to involve, just as in medicine, it's the body and the mind and the spirit that we address. First of all, we know that we can't just wait to get sick and seek allopathic means of suppressing or eradicating symptoms. We also have to proactively create health. And all of the ways, not only of creating health, but also ameliorating disease, entails factors of the heart, of the mind, of the spirit, the emotions, the psyche, as well as external medicine. And the same is happening today. An integrative model of politics, an integrative model of global transition. Yes, we have to address issues in our hearts. We have to address issues at the external. As Martin Luther King said, in order to establish the beloved community, we need external changes in our circumstances as well as internal changes in our souls. So now we are living at a moment after a profoundly critical election in the United States. When I said before that I was a little bit of a romantic about American democracy, I'm a romantic about the fact that, as Thomas Jefferson said, the only safe repository for power is in the hands of the people. So when we have an election, to the extent that the election is not corrupted, to the extent to which an election is genuinely an expression of the will of the people, then it's all of our civic duty to respect when the will of the people has been spoken. I know 4 years ago, many who did not vote for Trump 4 years ago were very upset. We felt that he did not acknowledge that Biden won. But this year, it is not arguable, or at least only a very, very few people are arguing it, that Trump won. And so it is a civic duty for all of us to respect that the people have spoken. Yep. I'm old enough, many times the president has been someone I voted for. Often the president has been someone that I did not vote for. But I can tell you this, love is the answer across the board. As Martin Luther King said, you have very little morally persuasive power with people who can feel your underlying contempt. For those of you who voted for Trump, congratulations, you won this time. For those of you who did not vote for Trump, I submit this. We have a duty to our country. No one owes it to you to agree with you. In a free society, we all get to have the opinions that we have. Only in a totalitarian society does somebody have to line up. We have too many people on both the left as well as the right, casting aspersions and blame at people for no other reason than that they had the audacity to disagree with you. The first thing we have to do is purify our hearts. In the Course in Miracles, it says that the primary responsibility of the miracle worker is to accept the atonement for him. So at this moment of such drama in this country, and the drama isn't over just because the election is over. In a way, the drama, some of it is just beginning as the president-elect appoints his cabinets and so forth. I think that for those of us who love the idea of Novus Ordo Seclorum, for those of us who love the very possibility of a new order of the ages anywhere on this earth, we have to begin with our own hearts and the purification of our own hearts. The Course in Miracles says miracles are everyone's right, but purification is necessary first. If we look at this from a miracle-minded perspective, the universe is not only self-organizing, but self-correcting. What does that mean? That means that whenever there has been any kind of a swerve away from love, just as the GPS, if you take a wrong turn, recalibrates immediately, anything that is a mistake can be recalibrated, right? No president is perfect. No matter what happens, Even if we are not, if we are on the path of righteousness, may we continue on the path of righteousness. If at any point we're not on the path of righteousness, let those of us who see that be available for the course correction. But that course correction, that miracle, cannot happen except in the field of love. The Course in Miracles says that miracles occur naturally as expressions of love. Now, this is the thing. Some people who voted for Trump, as well as those who voted for Harris, as well as those who voted for Jill Stein or whomever, would say, how can I love people that I don't agree with? Figure it out. Martin Luther King said, God didn't say I have to like my enemies. He only said I have to love them. Once again, nobody owes it to us to agree with us. And so if you really want to serve your country and you really want to serve the planet at this time, the work begins with us. The work begins with us saying, dear God, I have anger in me. I have self-righteousness in me. I have blame in me. I have entitlement in me. I have complacency in me. And let me assure you that a lot of the grief, that many people feel now, I've been feeling for a year and a half. So there's a lot for people to look at in terms of if this was not an outcome that I like, was I complacent? Did I participate? Did I not participate in taking us to this place? We're all Americans. President Eisenhower said that the American mind at its best is both liberal and conservative. So the first work is to ask, may we be the vessels that we need to be? A lot of people are asking right now, what do we do? But the first question is, who do we have to be to rise to the challenge of this moment in our history? We have to prepare our vessels. And this is true for you no matter who you voted for. This has nothing to do with left, right. This has to do with our rising to the challenge of creating this new birth of freedom, as Abraham Lincoln said. Praying in the morning, meditating in the morning. If you wake up in the morning, the first thing you do is you go to Twitter or you go to email or you go to the news. It's like we're saying to the forces, the forces which assault the nervous system 24/7, hey, eat my brain. But if you have next to your bed when you go to sleep at night, the Bible, the Course in Miracles, mindfulness, Buddhist sayings, unity, TM, whatever it is, have it next to your bed. Make it the first thing that you go to. Even if it's just looking at your mantra. The Course in Miracles says 5 minutes in the morning is enough to guarantee that the Spirit of God will be in charge of our thought processes throughout the day. It doesn't mean that we're going to be, enlightened masters at all during the day, but it does mean that the chances of our falling off the spiritual wagon are greatly reduced. And not only that, when we do fall off the spiritual wagon, it vastly increases the probability that we'll get right back on. This needs to be a moment of deep reflection. This needs to be a moment when all of us are seriously looking in the mirror. This is not a moment to just say, you. It's a moment for all of us to look in the mirror. Now, remember, love does sometimes say no. I'm not saying, I know for myself politically, I am going, for myself, if the president does things I agree with, will be the first to applaud. If he does things that I do not agree with, that I feel counter or transgress against the principles I believe in as a citizen, I will be part of a loyal opposition. Love sometimes says no. It's like in a marriage. It's like in an intimate relationship. You have to know how to fight, but you got to fight above the belt. You have to have creative conflict. You have to have nonviolent communication. And we must bring those nonviolent communication skills to our political arena. The job of this, I have been saying within the higher consciousness community for decades, we're the last people who should be sitting out the large economic and social and political questions. Why? Because if you know what changes one heart, you're the one who has a clue as to what would change the world. So you know that I do not believe in this kind of faux spiritual apolitical posture, because the answer to everything is a greater attunement with the love of God in our hearts. And that applies to public policy as much as it applies to individual behavior. Looking away is not transcendence, it's denial. Transcendence is when we walk into any area and we are to be the light. When Moses came down from the mountain, God said, tell them I will make of them a priestly people. So if you're an artist, be a priestly presence, demonstrate, inhabit the space of the highest mentality, the highest consciousness within the field of art. If you're in business, if you're in science, in any situation, that's our calling. Be the light that casts out darkness by being available, by trying to be loving, by being affirming, by rejecting the aspects of ourselves which would communicate or even at the deepest level think in ways that are casting aspersions on other human beings. We need to learn to stand on love, to own our yes, to own our no, but to do so in a nonviolent way. So there will be a lot that goes on in the next few years, where some of us will give a passionate yes, and some of us will give a passionate no. But even the passionate no can be done with love. The passionate no can be expressed with respect, and even the passionate no can be respected in a way where we recognize that situations are not black and white. Many situations are complicated. We have in this country today such black and white thinking, such simplistic sloganeering, such dismissal of people who disagree with us about almost anything. This is a spiritual challenge. This is not something, stay away from that because we're spiritual. No, in my experience, this is the highest spiritual challenge of all. To stand within an area that is the most toxic area, certainly that I've ever encountered in terms of personal involvement, but that's not a reason to look away. You know, sometimes people say, well, what you look on expands. Well, look at a cancer cell. Cancer, if you have stage 1 cancer, it's if you do look away that it is more likely to expand. This is a moment on the planet to engage. The era of data collection is over. Everybody who is on this call, you've heard me say this before. We've all read the same books. We've all listened to the same tapes. We get it up here. Everything spiritual and loving, we all get it. The issue is now, can we apply it? Can we apply it in our own personal relationships? And politics is just another area of personal relationships, particularly our relationships with people who don't agree with us. So I know that running for president for me was my highest spiritual challenge. And now I think the conditions of this country at this point and the world at this point is not just a political or an economic or social challenge. It is a spiritual challenge. And if we wake up every day and we say to God, as it says in the Course in Miracles, where would you have me go? What would you have me do? What would you have me say? And to whom? Then we will saunter out into the world, even at this time of turbulence and a lot of fear and a lot of limitation. And we will be the lights that cast out darkness. We will be the love that casts out fear. The Course in Miracles talks about answer with a capital A. The answer with a capital A means it's not like the people on the left are right or the people on the right are right. The answer is that, as the Course in Miracles says, God does not give you victory in battle. He lifts you above the battlefield. If we will just allow ourselves to love everybody, then we will agree with people and still feel the love, or we will disagree with people and we will still feel the love. If we can get to that place, we'll save our country, we'll save our democracy, and I think we'll save the world. Thanks.
Marianne, thank you so much. I appreciate that a woman who ran for president on a serious level twice wrote an amazing book that just came out called The Mystic Jesus. And I want to encourage everybody, if you haven't gotten this book, she said, we've read all the books. Some of you may not have read this one yet. And I do appreciate that you have brought practical spirituality into the political arena and the tremendous courage, the arrows that you've taken. Marianne, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Scott. It's always nice being with you. And I'd love to come back sometime and talk about the Mystic Jesus, because I think finding that mystical, Martin Luther King said, in order to create the beloved community, we need these internal changes as well. So I would love the opportunity to talk about that book sometime. That would be great too.
Let's definitely schedule that. And one last thing, I want to let people know that she has a wonderful Substack. So for those of you who want to follow Marianne, subscribe to mariannewilliamson.substack.com. I've been subscribing and it's excellent. And so a little bit of Marianne every day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye, everybody.
Thank you very much, Marianne. And I'm going to turn it back over to our fearless leader, Adrian, to introduce the next guest.
Hey there. Thank you so much, Marianne. I wanted to introduce Debbie Solaris, our next speaker. You could come on off the screen. Hey, Debbie, good to see you. Debbie's been a part of Disclosure Fest, and she was actually going to be a big part of our festival that, had to get postponed this year. I couldn't wait I was going to sit on your talk, and, I couldn't wait to see what came through. But yeah, she is an galactic historian. She really taps into, she's an Akashic Records channeler, which I really connect with you on that. I really do. Definitely someone who really can get into star origins and ET origins and is an ET contact. So thank you for joining us on Unity Now. I think you're going to get into some Akashic stuff and, a little bit of a meditation I heard, and I can't wait to hear what you do. Thanks for joining us, Debbie. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. And when I first found out about Disclosure Fest, Adrian reached out to me, and I'm just really humbled and honored to be here tonight amongst all these amazing people. But when Adrian first told me about the event that they were supposed to have last June, I was excited because being of service is my mantra. I spent many years being a part of an animal-assisted therapy team serving our community. And so I definitely wanted to help Adrian and his team in any way I could. So I was very saddened to hear about what happened, with the fires and everything else. But it's going to be bigger and better next year. So we're pushing for that. Today, I'm just going to do a little bit of an intro into the Akashic Records. And since the theme today is on unity consciousness and unity, I'm going to see what messages that our Akashic guides and also our star families are going to bring through on that topic. So let me go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and bring up the Akashic prayer. I ask Akasha, the source of creation and the original intelligence, to envelope us in love, light, truth, and true consciousness. So only love, light, and pure consciousness exist among us. I ask Akasha, my higher self, the source of creation, the original intelligence, and the pure consciousness, to express themselves through me from the pure light in the origin, to show me everything that is relevant. I ask him to open the Akashic register of our planetary consciousness. I ask the beings of light with whom I work that accompany me in light, love, ascension, and healing. We gather together in light, we gather together in love, we gather together in knowing the messages from above. Through the Akashic Records, we understand our greatness. Through the Akashic Records, we understand our wisdom. And through the Akashic Records, we understand what's there. The prayer will help deliver us there. I wish to know our planetary consciousness in the light of the Akashic Records. Help me to see our planetary consciousness through the light of the Akashic Records. Bring me to feel our planetary consciousness through the light of the Akashic Records. And now the Akashic Records are open. So immediately I'm seeing an image of a beautiful star system called Mintaka. Mintaka is a system, it's a planetary, actually a star system within the Orion belt stars. And we have a lot to learn from Mintaka at this time. Mintaka was one of the highest vibrational star systems within the Orion constellation. As a lot of you know, Orion was the home of many diverse beings, many who went through a lot of duality consciousness for millions of years. And Mintaka was the highest dimensional area of this system. And it faltered through many conflicts throughout much of its history, trying to be a beacon of light and a source of unity consciousness in a very divided world of the Orion system. So Orion went through a multitude of wars. It went through just a lot of divisiveness and wars and conflicts from the Draconian Empire that was basically trying to take over. Now, doesn't this sound a lot like Earth? Okay, I mean, I kind of smile because as a channeler here, I do see a lot of our Hollywood movies, such as Star Wars. That was actually not even fiction at all, but it was the story of the Orion Wars. So Mintaka, despite all the conflict, decided it was going to be the home of the Black League resistance fighters and also the headquarters for the Galactic Federation of Light who came in. And so one of the things that I think as a species here on Earth that we have a lot to learn from this small star system. And if you were to look at the belt stars, actually Mintaka is the one that's kind of off to the right. And isn't it interesting that both Marianne and others here have mentioned the pyramids of Giza, because the pyramids of Giza are actually aligned with the three belt stars of Orion. So Mintaka comes through as, despite all the conflicts, despite the instability, much of what we're currently seeing here on Earth at this time, Mintaka showed us that coming together in community, always being in love consciousness, and valuing family and community is what's going to bring us to unity consciousness at this time. So, what they ended up doing was, and I love the Mintankan civilization. It's actually one of my favorites. I probably spent lifetimes there, but Mintaka was known for its beautiful, sparkling waters. It was a water planet. Had a lot of aquatic beings. Dolphins and whales existed here, along with Mintankan mer people. And much of what they decided to do was, despite all the conflicts, they treated everybody with love and respect. And I think this is an important lesson for a lot of us right now, that despite our division, despite our stance on certain, political siding and things like that, that Mintakas, they always showed love and respect to everyone that came to their planetary system. And through this, they were able to create a vibration of unity, which ultimately not just was inhabiting their star system, but spread out to the other belt stars, and then ultimately encompassed all of Orion. So eventually, Orion did come to unity consciousness through the hard work of the Mintankan people, the Galactic Federation, the Arcturians, and the Orion Light Councils that were located in the Orion system. So this is a lesson that I think a lot of us can incorporate today, even in our everyday lives here on planet Earth. So on planet Earth today, so if we run across somebody that, like Marianne said, might have different viewpoints or might have a different stance, or maybe they live a different lifestyle, just like the Mintankans, we can always reach out a hand of unity, a hand of love, a hand of, I don't know, just pure unity consciousness. Just try to see where they're coming from. I also loved, the lessons that Elizabeth was giving us at this time. The other lesson that I want to bring in from a different star system is the Pleiades. A lot of you have probably, those of you that follow me on social media, know I talk about the Pleiades a lot. I have great love for the Pleiadian civilization. But one of the things the Pleiadians struggled with quite a bit was the balance between light and dark and masculine and feminine energies. And they went through some very difficult lessons. They got so focused on love and light that they ended up almost destroying their system with not looking at anything that was dark. And I think in order to achieve unity consciousness, just like the Pleiadians and the Mintonkins, we have to embrace the dark and the opposite aspects of ourselves, and bring that forward and integrate that into our reality. With this is how we're going to eventually achieve this unity consciousness that we're all striving for here on Earth. And the last lesson that I want to bring forth is one of the Andromedans. I keep looking in the records all the time, and I have great love for Andromedans. They are the visionaries. They are the ones that are going to bring us into the new age. And interestingly enough, when Marianne was talking about Gen Z, I kind of smiled because I do a lot of readings for Gen Z people, and a lot of them have Andromedan star origination. So that's no accident there. So they're coming in on a different frequency and a different consciousness than even, the ones that came before us, the Sirians and the Pleiadians and the Arcturians and so forth. So the lesson that we have from the Andromedans is using a combination of spirituality and technology to bring us to unity consciousness. And how did the Andromedans do this? How did the Andromedans integrate these two very polar opposite realms of reality? They were very masterful at it. They were able to transcend their spirituality to where the integration of technology only enhanced it. It didn't detract from it. So I do see that we run across kind of a crossroads right now here in our reality here on Earth, where a lot of people are talking about the integration of AI and how that's might impact us in a negative way. But it doesn't have to. And I think, within all of us, we have that capacity to use technology and to integrate it to enhance our ascension to the fifth dimension. And so that's where I'm pretty much seeing at this point. Eventually, what I see in the future is that Earth is going to become part of the greater galactic family. This has always been Earth's mission. It's always been Earth's destiny to be part of the greater galactic family. We are going to join the Galactic Federation. It's going to take a while. It'll be a bumpy road. We have a lot of lessons still left to learn, but eventually, we will get there. And I do see that we are going to have contact. My guides keep showing me by the end of this decade, early next decade. I do suspect that our first contact might be with Venusians or Alpha Centaurians, but might be Pleiadians. I don't know. Maybe we're not quite ready for Pleiadians yet, but we will have contact with our closest neighbors. And then from there, Earth can't help but become part of the greater galactic family. There's going to be so much new technology introduced that it's just going to make massive change in our reality. And I can't wait for that personally. So that's what I'm seeing. Ultimately, in the future of our galaxy, we are going to integrate more with the Andromeda constellation. And then a few million years from now, we'll ultimately integrate back with the Andromeda galaxy, which is our home galaxy. So I'm going to close with a closing prayer. So I want to close the records at this time. I thank Akasha, my higher self, the source of creation, the original intelligence, the pure consciousness, the guardians and keepers of the Akashic records, and the beings of light for all the love, light, healing, and information that we have shared. And we ask that the Akashic records of the planetary consciousness to now be closed. We envelope ourselves in a golden light to integrate closure and sealing of this work and the energy field. I give gratitude to the Akashic guides for guiding us through the records. I give gratitude to the pinnacle for lighting the way. I give gratitude to this space for the comfort and love. I give gratitude to our planetary consciousness for leading us here. The records are now closed, amen. The records are now closed, amen. The records are now closed, amen. Many thanks to all of you for sharing in this transmission today. Thank you so much.
Wow, Debbie, thank you so much for sharing that. Oh, I love that you always tap into the Akashic records. I know that this is it's not new for me, but it's been getting more potent and potent in the last, I would say decade as these messages are coming through. And I love that you always share that with people. Yeah, it's so beautiful. Thank you for joining us. Let people know where they can find you. And yeah.
Okay, sounds fair enough. Well, I'm on social media, so you guys can see me on Insta and Facebook and YouTube. So if you're interested in what I do, I also have a website, debbiesolaris.com. And I do offer a yearly Galactic Akashic reading course where you can learn to access the records like I do. So all the galactic interesting records, not just the Earth ones. And the other thing I want to share is I will be at Conscious Life. So if you guys are going to be there, I'll be there. I'll be talking more about Orion and being on the panel and everything else. So many greetings to all of you from actually quite snowy Colorado. So we've been buried in snow. So we're just kind of digging our way out today. But many greetings to all of you. And thank you again, Adrian and Michelle and Scott for having me here. It's been such an honor to be a part of this. Many blessings.
Thank you so much. It's so beautiful to have you. And yeah, that was Debbie Solaris, everyone. And now I want to bring up Daryl Anka. Come on up.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, world-renowned filmmaker, Chandler, producer, director. I mean, how many hats do you wear?
Several to cover my head.
A lot of people know Daryl for channeling Bashar, a hybrid extraterrestrial here to share so much knowledge with us. I've been going to Bashar since 1991, so I'm always going to praise that. So yeah, thank you for joining us. Thank you for everything you do with the world. And also, you are a Lifetime Achievement Award winner at Stairway to the Stars last year too. So I have to acknowledge that.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think it's so important what you do, that you have these outlets that bring a lot of people together that can deliver positive messages to other people. And so that's a very important thing. I really, really appreciate you providing this forum and all the people that have joined. Thank you all so much as well for being here. I'm really happy to be a part of it. And I think, we're talking about a message of unity. And it's important to remember some of the things, I think, in this time, especially, that Bashar has talked about with regard to what he calls his formula for allowing us to move through this space and through this time in a positive, constructive, compassionate way. I think one of the most important points of the formula the fourth step in the formula, is to remain in a positive state no matter what happens, because that's what allows you to get a benefit out of the circumstance, no matter what it is. And that's based on another principle that Bashar has often talked about, where it's not so much that it matters what happens, it's what you do with what happens that makes the difference in your world. So I've experienced this in my life many times, staying in that positive state, even when things around you appear to be chaotic or not what you prefer. It's very important to hold that energy, to be a living example of that energy that you prefer, so that you can understand how to navigate through anything that's happening around you that may seem to be objectively what you don't prefer. You know, the universe operates basically on a polarity of love or fear. And the idea of experiencing things that may not necessarily go the way we expected them to, of things that may be generated from fear-based beliefs, it's an opportunity for us to be able to challenge ourselves. It's a soul challenge to allow ourselves to figure out how to navigate through this in a way that we don't lose the state of being that we prefer to be in. When Bashar talks about the idea of every single one of us being our own reality, he means it in a sense quite literally, that just because you can see someone doing something or making a choice or having an experience that may not necessarily be objectively what you prefer, in other words, it may not be vibrationally compatible with what you prefer in life, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're in the same reality just because you can see the opposite of what you prefer. It's like looking through a glass wall. So you still get the opportunity to see it, to decide whether or not you want to match that vibration and go along with those choices, or it gives the other side a chance through that glass wall to see you and decide whether or not they would like to change the course and direction of their lives and their choices and the consequences of those choices as well. So right now we can all see everything, even though we are in our own realities, separated by this metaphorical glass wall that allows us to still have the option and the opportunity to decide what we want to be in harmony with, what we want to vibrate in accord with, what we want our frequency to match. Everything is out on the table now. We are really getting everything out so we can make these choices. This is, according to Bashar, the time of choosing. You know, it has been sort of brought up. I think Debbie just brought it up. Other members of this gathering may have brought it up, where, you know, Earth is a very unique school as far as souls are concerned. It's the reason we come here. It's because in the non-physical universe, in the higher spiritual realms, we don't really experience the idea of fear, but on Earth we do. It's a tough school. It's a challenging school. But this is one of the reasons why souls find it so attractive, is because we're given the opportunity to experience the idea of fear and darkness and negativity, because that allows us to really, if we can figure out how to transform that, how to rise above that, how to go toward and evolve toward love instead and stay in the vibration of love and compassion and positivity, that really accelerates our soul's growth. So in a sense, you know, Earth is a place that's sort of like a play. All of this, all the life paths are all interconnected, and we have sort of scripted out some of these experiences that we're having. And if you look at it kind of as a play from the soul perspective, in a play you have what you would call the hero, you have the villains, you know, and we can cheer the heroes and we can boo the villains. But after the play is over, all the actors become themselves again, and they go out and have a meal together and they share and they exchange what they learned from the play. From the soul's perspective, this is very much like what's happening on Earth. We can experience quite drastic things in both directions, extreme joy, extreme suffering. But the idea is that to the soul, these are lessons for us to learn, to transform ourselves, to grow, excuse me, to become more of who we are, to be the reflections of all that is, of the one that we are. So we have these opportunities set before us. And as Debbie pointed out, there's a lot of Orion energy here on Earth. There are, in fact, a lot of stories from different places that are kind of here taking advantage of the cycles of Earth, of the experience of love and fear, to sort of play out the ending of their stories that didn't necessarily work out in the original systems or the original cultures from which they came. So we have the Orion story of oppression, suppression, negativity, fear playing out on Earth so that we can perhaps give it a different ending this time. We have the ancient culture of Mars that was destroyed now playing out on Earth. We have the ancient culture of Atlantis, again, playing out on Earth. All these stories are playing out together, a mix, a melting pot of all of these opportunities to create more positive endings to all of these stories, to lift that vibration and to go forward in a much more positive way. So Earth is a unique school that takes advantage of the cycles that go on this planet that allow us an opportunity to really transcend and transform ancient energies into more modern energies that are more positive, more constructive, and allow us to evolve in certain ways. So as Bashar has talked about, he is a first contact specialist and, recently was talking about the idea of what kind of energies we can expect to create certain kinds of consequences with respect to contact on Earth. Now, he's talking about the idea of feminine energies, masculine energies, and the consequences that may result from the expression of some of those energies. But the idea really is about to look at it more as the energies of feminine energy, the energies of masculine energy, and to bring those into balance in a way that allows us to move forward together in a unified way. To him, the idea is not so much that unity is the product of homogenizing everyone and everyone having exactly the same thoughts, but the idea of validating the differences, having a compassionate perspective to understand that on a real fundamental level, regardless of the differences that may appear in our physical personalities, a lot of our fundamental wishes are pretty much the same. We all want to be taken seriously. We all want to belong. We all want to matter. We all want to be loved and be able to love. We all really want to connect in some way, shape, or form. Now, not everyone has been given the same tools in order to do that. And some of the tools may be more positive and some of them may be more negative. But again, we all really fundamentally, deep down, actually wish to have the same things. And if we can sort of get out of our own way in our minds and see past the idea of the philosophies and ideologies and belief systems that may exist in the personality that divide us, that create those apparent divisions, and see through all of that to what is the fundamental wish that this person or that person has. What is it that they truly are attempting to achieve here by having this expression, whether it's positive or negative? If we can really see us in the way that Bashar sees us, see every single one of us as an indestructible, eternal, infinite, and powerful spirit, a reflection of all that is, and really sort of set aside the idea, not ignore it, but set aside the idea that the personality is who we really are, because it is just something that's wrapping around our soul and creating a mask. We have to see through the mask. We have to acknowledge the mask for what it is. We can't dismiss it. But we really have to see through it to our inner being. And it's the inner beings of all of us that really want the same things. And that's what's going to bring about the unity, is the acknowledgement and the validation, how everyone has a different path to that idea. Some of them may not be vibrationally compatible with what we might prefer. But the idea is that if we can see past that and see the underlying reason for why someone may believe what they believe, that it might be based on fear, it might be based on a lack of self-worth, it might be based on a lack of deservability, it might be based on many different things. As Bashar said, it sort of takes a victim to make a victim. So we have to understand the psychology of what's going on a much deeper level so that we can become more transparent to each other so that we can learn to communicate more deeply with each other on the real issues that we're all concerned about, instead of just focusing on the topical surface ones. Now, the idea that Bashar's talked about the imminent open contact that may be about to occur, as he says, within the next 5 years or so, meeting and being introduced to different ET species that have been observing us and being engaged with us in various ways for so long. That may now, based on present circumstances, be, let's say, a little bit different in terms of how that might happen or when the agenda might happen. The timing may have shifted a little bit. The reason for the open contact may have shifted a little bit. But what I'm confident about is that the ETs in many ways are more evolved and can easily rise above our differences, our negativity, and can use whatever's happening, no matter how chaotic it may be, no matter how much you may think it's something that would lead to dire circumstances. They can use it. They know how to use it in a way that will actually serve us and benefit us in terms of when they decide it's appropriate for us to have open contact with our galactic family and bring us into that union. And they'll know how to do that. We have to remember that they've done this many times before with many different civilizations. And even though Earth is a unique school in many ways, the idea is that we have to remember that we've always thought of open contact as, well, what's going to happen from the Earth point of view? Are we going to have ambassadors? We're going to have this, we're going to have that. But we kind of tend to forget that the ETs have done this before, and open contact is really going to proceed more along the ways that they think it actually serves us best. So we have to kind of throw out that rule book about how we think contact is going to occur and really be open to what the ETs are bringing to us as information, as gifts, as knowledge that really expands our understanding of who we are in relation to ourselves, who we are in relation to them, who we are in relation to all of our histories, and why we have chosen to be here as souls at this time to play these things out, to really transform the darkness. It's very important to remember that without darkness, we don't really have an easy time finding the light. It's the darkness that surrounds us that allows us to see the light more clearly and to allow that light to grow. So the idea is as above, so below. It's bringing heaven down to earth. It's allowing ourselves to be the spirits that we are, manifesting that through ourselves, allowing our personalities to align with that rather than getting involved in all of the differences and that separate us, looking to the deep issues that really unite us. And again, while validating the way each of us has approached this, it really is all roads ultimately lead to Rome. And in this case, all roads ultimately lead to all that is. So we are all spirits. We are all powerful. We have the ability to create the realities that we prefer. Even if someone decides to create a reality that we don't prefer, it's still part of the path and the life paths that connect us all. It's still part of the lessons we have come to Earth to learn. It's still part of the play that we are all actors in. So I believe we need to sort of look at it that way, to lift ourselves up above the things that are going on the surface and to see from a new perspective how deeply we can unite each other in many different ways by validating the differences and acknowledging that everyone's coming from a different perspective, but we all truly fundamentally, deep down in our hearts, deep down in our souls, we all want the same thing, and that is we all want love.
Wow, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You always share so much amazing information. And I just want to thank you for continuing to do this service. I mean, I've seen you since the early 90s and you've been doing this. You do so much in so many different ways, and you just always show up. Like,
well, it's important. It's important to show up. That's what I was saying initially. It's to be the living example of what can be, to stay in that positive state. All you really have to do is just show up. And, kind of as Woody Allen said, success is like 90% just showing up, just being there so that people have some other options to look at rather than just kind of melting away and disappearing into the ethers. So absolutely, it's my passion and my pleasure to do so. I know that this attitude and this state of being works for me. I know that it does work for many other people who are willing to apply Bashar's formula in their lives. I always get the feedback that it changes their lives in positive ways. We can get through this. We can get through anything. Just stay the course, stay in that positive state, and watch the magic happen as things transform around you in ways that are more vibrationally compatible with what you prefer, regardless of what you may be seeing others' choices that people may be making. It doesn't have to affect you negatively if you know you are in your own reality.
Oh, so perfect. Thank you, Daryl. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you so much to everyone else who's participating in this. It really makes such a difference. So thank you all. My love to you all and everyone that's listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, Daryl Inca, everybody. I'm going to actually do something real quick before, because I was supposed to do it while he was on. I wanted to share Daryl's new book, The Formula, A Gift for the Future. The Instruction Manual for Living Your Best Life, a Bashar book by Daryl Inca. And you can go ahead and grab a copy of that at Book Baby. It's on paperback. Please support Daryl. He's such an amazing man who's been sharing so much and been of service for longer than I can remember, and he will always continue to do so. So it's time for our mass meditation. So yeah, thank you all for joining. I just wanted to remind you guys that we got Ashley Marie over here in the background. Say hi, Ashley. She's putting together our 1111 portal grid, and she's been reading some of your chats. So if you want to like state your intention for your 1111 grid while she's gridding over here behind me during the meditation, she'll be, putting your intention. Anything else you want to add?
Just solidifying our intentions, putting it together, just aligning the frequencies with what we're calling in and attracting.
So beautiful. All right. So so while you guys are chatting away with your intentions, you can, figure out a little quiet space, maybe dim some lights, light some candles, some incense. I don't have music, so it's just, listen to my voice, do the best you can. Tapping into this 1111 portal, a lot was coming through about truly, finally, totally activating our light body. With the energies and the openness of the energy that's just recently happening, it's leaving so much room for us to really expand. And one of the best ways to do those is truly activating our light body. So last night we were channeling some messages from source to come with a little technique and a meditation to activate our light body. So we're going to be going through kind of like a grounding meditation just to kind of connect. And there's something I really love to do. It's a pillar of light activation. It's a 3-heart meditation where you're connecting your heart to our great mother's heart, the core of the earth, and our great father's heart, the central sun's heart. So, and then you're activating a pillar of light with this 3-heart meditation. We're going to be also activating and fortifying our silver cord. And then our light body activation, which is going to be partly to do with focus on our heart space, focus on our great mother's heart space. Then there's this beautiful transmission that came through about if anybody's out there, can you please stay muted? And then a beautiful transmission about our unique master crystal. And this activation is going to take you through a master crystal that's deep within the Earth's crust. It's signature to each one of us. So you have your own very own master crystal in the Earth's crust. This is a record keeper. This is the origins of you. This is so much of your Akashic history. Like there's so much here that's part of this activation. And then we're going to bring that back up to the heart and up to source for this full body, light body activation. So let's sit back, close our eyes, take a few deep breaths. Start tuning into your breath. Feeling your sitting bones connected to the earth. She nurtures you, holds you. This is what she does, our great mother. Start feeling your heartbeat. And as we breathe in, we want to try to breathe that energy in from the earth, from your root chakra, as you fill your body, your life body, your aura with this energy from the earth. And as you're exhaling, I want you to think about any stagnant energy, any energies that are not serving your highest purpose, that we want to push that energy down into the earth. One thing our great mother does for us is she helps us clear. And she's always here for us for that. So let's take a few breaths as we breathe in, filling our light body, our body and our aura. And as we exhale, bringing that energy back down as she assists us in healing and clearing some of that stagnant energy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, great mother. One more deep breath. This time, as you exhale, I want you to visualize from your root chakra and your tailbone, like a root, like from a tree, growing down into the earth, twisting and turning, all the way burrowing deep until it penetrates the earth's core, the heart of our great mother. And from this place, we're going to take a deep breath, bringing that energy and lighting that root up, all the way up, and filling your body and your light body and your aura, and holding that at the top so you can really feel that grounded connection to our great mother, that as she holds you, nurtures you. This is, we're her children, so feel that connection for a little bit. And now let's shift our attention to our heart space as we start breathing into our heart. And we do this pillar of light activation with the 3 hearts. As you're breathing into your heart space, visualize a figure 8, an infinity in your heart. And this is an anchoring tool. You can also draw it with your finger, just this figure 8 as you anchor into your heart. Take in that deep breath. And as you exhale, pushing that energy down, all the way down into the earth's heart. And again, draw that figure 8, an infinity symbol, into the earth's heart as you anchor into the earth's heart. From her heart, breathing in and exhaling back up to your heart. Again, figure 8, breathing in and exhale. This time we're going to push that energy up all the way to the central sun, the largest sun in the universe, the sun that powers all the suns, source energy. Let's start drawing that figure 8 inside the sun. And then sending that energy back down. And now let's start moving that energy between these 3 hearts, faster and faster and faster, as we see this pillar of light forming. And as this pillar of light forming, getting brighter and brighter, at some point it's going to just expand. And the way it expands is from the top and the bottom, from the sun's top, from the earth's bottom. And we're going to keep filling that up with oxygen, brighter and brighter, until now it just bursts and goes into infinity. And now this is where we are truly, our 3 hearts are connected fully to source. This is a great place to channel, receive messages, receive your instructions from angels and Akashic records, so many different things. This is a beautiful place. Let's now feel the light filling every cell in your body, dissolving all negativity and energizing your entire being. Visualize a shimmering protective shield around you, extending just beyond your auric field. See it growing stronger with each breath, protecting you from negative energy while allowing love and peace to flow freely. As we now visualize this long, beautiful, shimmering silver cord extending from the central sun all the way down through our crown chakra, anchoring deep within our body. Feel this cord as a stable, luminous connection to the divine source above and the grounding energy below. With each breath, sense this cord, this silver cord glowing brighter, strengthening. Affirm with me aloud, if you will, I am connected. I am protected. I am aligned with the highest source of love and light. As we come back now into our breath, breathing deeply into our hearts, we're going to start this beautiful light body activation, allowing the light from within to expand into our hearts as we visualize the star tetrahedron spiraling now at your heart center, spinning upward and illuminating your entire being, opening your heart, filling it with love, light, and cosmic wisdom. As we exhale, let us now send that energy down deep within the heart of our Great Mother. And this is the place we receive our first stage of this light body activation, deep within the crucible of the heart of our Great Mother. And sit into this crucible feeling for a little bit. See what you feel during this activation, this one part, this single stage of this activation. Now we begin to rise, moving that energy from the core of the earth up as we start to see our very own unique master crystal. This is a record keeper deep within the earth's crust. You can see this, it is massive. It can look like a giant quartz or an amethyst. You can actually fit inside this crystals. And what I'd like for you to do now is actually take that breath and step inside your master crystal. Start breathing from within the center of this crystal. As we begin to understand that this is where your soul records are stored. As you breathe, feel all past wounds, triggers, and karma, clearing all and healing all, seeing blockages dissolving, freeing your energy and releasing unresolved energies in all timelines. Aligning our frequencies as we receive this light body activation through our unique master crystal record keeper. Let's continue now with this activation as we move this energy up, exhaling, fortifying the activation back into our hearts. So we breathe it into our hearts. And once we can feel and receive this stage of this activation, let's breathe it in and keep moving this energy up, rising and rising until we reach the heart of our central sun with this activation. And we sit within that space and receive that activation. From this place, we allow the divine energy to activate throughout the universe, expanding and aligning your light body with the cosmic flow and higher aspects of ourselves, harmonizing with our light body. So now that we've activated this light body with these 3 stages, we're going to also incorporate a 3-step breath work. This is going to be 3 sharp inhales with 1 long exhale. The first sharp inhale is going to be focusing on the heart of our Great Mother. The second sharp inhale is going to be focusing on your master crystal, deep within the earth's crust. The third exhale is going to be focusing on the heart of the central sun. And then the exhale, the long exhale, is going to be focusing on our sacred heart. So it's going to be like, it's going to sound like. So we're going to do this 3 times. Let's begin. Thank you so much for fully activating your light body with me as we continue, as we cycle this activated energy back into our heart space. Feel it intensify and expand. From this center, we begin to send this energy outward, visualizing it radiating from our hearts, a vibrant flow of love and light. Now let's see every person on this earth, each one sitting in meditation, their hearts glowing with the same divine energy. Visualize each heart spaces connecting, forming an intricate web of light. Each energy now weaving together, creating a powerful grid of unity, shaped like a honeycomb grid wrapped around the whole planet, symmetrical, harmonious, and infinite. As these energies flow, reinforcing the connection between each of us, feeling the strength of the collective force fortified and aligned in the highest frequencies of love, peace, and compassion. This grid pulses with shared intentions, reminding us of our inherent interconnectedness. Together we are harmonized, unified in one heart, one mind, one spirit. We remember how deeply connected we all are, transcending boundaries, cultures, and differences. With every breath, this energy grows, encompassing the entire planet, enveloping it with light, peace, and love. I'd like to share this meditation as we bring in some divine feminine energy. Let's bring in Anastara, who's going to take us and guide us through the rest of this meditation.
Thank you, Adrian. Yes. And during this 1111 portal, with our light body fully activated, let us envision that light grid around the planet, that flower of life, each one of us, the singularity, that light point, that crossing of the infinite web of the unified field. And as we ripple this energy out to surround Mother Gaia, to embrace her, to hold her, to acknowledge her, to love and respect her, and sending that ripple out to humanity, our one human family. We are all one. And when we are in this unified field and we ripple this love vibration, this unity vibration, this harmony vibration to all of humanity and the earth, feel it vibrating now. Feel those light codes activating within you, within our Mother Gaia, within every person standing on this planet, every sentient being, every plant, every body of water, every mountaintop, every ley line, every chakra point, every megalithic structure and sacred site. We are sending this vibration to each of those places right now. As we insend into our organic signature in the present here and now, as we hold this space together, let us ripple out that energy of peace and know that if we are sharing and rippling out peace, we begin within, with inner peace. that inner knowing, that intuition, that internal compass that guides us on our path. And when we ripple out compassion, we are beginning with self-compassion, being gentle with ourselves, being graceful, forgiving ourselves for any past deeds or mistakes. And if we are rippling out love, that we are coming from unconditional self-love with no judgment, that love that wells up inside of us, that fire in our belly that warms us in our creativity so that we can express ourselves fully in our embodiment of our highest selves. Every thought, every deed, every action, may it be led with integrity, accountability, empathy, compassion. Breathing into that now. Finding that central point along your spine and the Shushuma. As he was creating, we were creating that infinity sign, yes? We are moving that Kundalini energy up and down the spine now. Clear channels, rainbow bridges between heaven and earth as we bridge them together. Co-creating heaven on earth as we co-create our new earth together. We each hold a piece of the puzzle. What is your piece of peace? What can you do in your community? Allow that message, allow that code to come in. It might be through a symbol, it might be through color or sound. Receive this message now with the next breath. It might be a mantra. It might be a new daily practice. Picture yourself embodying this in your daily life so that you can carry it out into your family, into your community, into how you are in service to humanity. No longer are we coming from selfish. It's time to come from selfless action. How will you be in service to humanity? And this 1111 portal now is inviting us all to create that intention and that prayer to amplify and magnify in this 1111 portal as we send that out into the universe and we invite in exactly what it is that we choose to create in our life. We are the creators of our life. It is all a matter of perspective. Even the challenges that we're faced with, they are points of growth and transformation. We are invited to take the bird's eye view right now and look at the bigger picture of what it means to live in harmony and unity. And here we are today, unity now. We are claiming it. Unity now as we harmonize hearts around the world. So with this next inhale and exhale, just picture that. You can even tone for a moment and sending that energy from the heart. What I like to do is one hand up, your right hand up, left hand down, harmonizing the feminine and the masculine, harmonizing earth and the heavens, bringing it into the heart and sending it out. Ah, we'll do it 2 more times. Swirling it in the heart and sending it out. Ah. And ah. Yes. Ancestors across all timelines and dimensions, archangels, ascended masters, guides, galactic sentient beings, thank you for being here during this container. Thank you for this prayer for peace and harmony and unity. May it ripple out and may the world be blissed by it in all ways, for always. And so it is. And so it is. Ooh, full body truth bumps. How are we all feeling? Yeah, drop it in the chat. Let's see how you're feeling after that. Thank you, Adrian, for that light body activation. Hello, Deborah.
Thank you, Anastara, for that beautiful feminine transmission.
My pleasure, always.
So much hope I feel within me right now, with all of us together, aligned, everyone connected. And it's so beautiful that we activated our light body, because really this is the next step. We are unifying into unity consciousness. We are moving into the ascension. That's really the opportunity now. So this is what we can all do together. And I know all of you on this call are very aware of that. And beautiful, we can share that together and dropping into our purpose, because it's all hands on deck time. That's really everyone to have their gifts come through and their purpose and move forward, because it's not just us here on screen. It's all of you out there that's going to make the difference as we move together forward. Oh, thank you, everyone, for being here.
Yeah. Teamwork, dreamwork.
I just want to say we are so lit up over here. We are here celebrating my dear bestie's birthday. And we're at Harhari's.
It's called Transformational Healing University. It's an incredible, like, biohacking, best technologies right here off Robertson in LA. And it's also beautiful. We did some yoga and Kundalini chanting.
And I just want to say that a lot of the people that came in holding the meditation on their phone.
Yep.
There's an iPad out there with people listening to the meditation. Everybody's tuned in and they're loving this program.
Yes.
So
even as they drove here,
yeah,
they've been listening and enjoying and loving it.
So great. And we're going to be, I brought Maura in because she's the person who introduced me to our next speaker. And I want to keep us on time. I don't want to get us off track, but thank you so much, Anastar and Adrian, for leading the incredible meditation. We are creating great change right now. And I know that Jay Brave's backstage, and we want to honor him and bring him on as well. How do you like that? Oh my gosh, there he is. Jay Brave in the house. He might come over here afterwards to celebrate this one's birthday. So I don't want to take up too much of your talk time with our intro. Do you want to just give a few words?
I'll just say a few words. Jay Brave, we love you. And you have done so much. I remember way back when we did the video, Peace Worldwide starts from inside. And then you've taken it to a whole next level. Your vibrational frequency, your love, and the way you make a difference through song, through spoken word is a gift for all of us. And you're always there holding down the energy at festivals and events. And you just bring love and your music and your light wherever you go. You are our brother.
Totally. I told Jay last night, I want to see him doing motivational speaking. He is an amazing spoken word musician. And one of the things I love about you, Jay, is you do a lot of collaboration. And that seems to be a key word that we're focused on in our Unity Now program, is to consciously collaborate with others. And this is how we create change and bring in the world we wish to see. So take it away, Jay. Thank you for being with us. Jay Brave in the house.
No, we're still not hearing you, bro. You need to unmute. It's showing that you're muted, so it's on your end. Give me a minute. Let me try this. All right,
There we go.
There we go.
What a beautiful time to be alive. All praise to the Most High. I just want to say to each and every one of us out here that we've all been chosen to be here through our innate divine ordinance, of course, and providence. And in this moment, you are here to be a part of this collective prayer, this invocation, because there's something inside of each and every one of you out there that's meant to be the gift to heal this world. There's something inside of you, your story, your expression that's meant to become the song, the poem, the dance, the event, the book you're meant to write, the movie you're meant to create. Perhaps there's something in you that's been welling up inside that wants to be revealed that is yet to be seen. We're not waiting for Martin Luther King to show up anymore, or Gandhi, or Bob Marley, or Kuan Yin, or Rosa Parks, or any of the amazing avatars that came in our time. There's something inside of each and every one of us that's meant to be revealed in these times to bring unity now. Not unity in the future, not unity in the past, but unity in this exact present moment. Heaven is the ever-expanding moment right now in this gift of awakening that we choose to embody in this yes. And so in this invocational space, I ask you to turn within. And I say, Great Spirit, infinite source, divine creation, grand mystery, Pachamama, Mother Earth, ancestors, spirit guides, ascended masters, archangels, totem animals, keepers of the light, all benevolent forces that watch over us, we ask you to be here now. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, as above and so below in all four directions, and in the omnipresence of the Most High, we align. Thank you for this moment of presence, of reverence, of connection, of reflection, of remembrance. Thank you for allowing us to remember who and what we truly are. We are luminous beings having this human experience. And though at times we do all forget, it's in this moment of divine communion that we come back to our center and return home. Great Spirit, tell me, do you feel it? There's a voice calling out deep inside. Can you hear it? Reminded us to remember that everything is one. There's a beating in my chest from the sound of the drum. We are warriors, peacekeepers of the land, stewards of the earth, here to carry out a plan. If everyone's connected, then reach out and take my hand. The time has come, and now we got to choose and make a stand. There's nowhere left to go. We travel down the road. The oracle is spoken, and we've seen it all before. Atrocities are happening all around the globe. Mother Gaia needs our help for the healing of her soul. I reach into the soul. I feel the connection. Burn a little sage and pray to the four directions. I look up to the sky. I see the reflection. The light coming down is a blessing because everything is sacred and everyone is holy. There are no temples to house your soul. Everything is sacred. Everyone is holy. There are no temples to house your soul. And in this space, connecting with the Divine Mother, connecting with the indigenous people of this land and every land across the planet, we are here to re-indigenize the parts of ourselves that have forgotten who and what we truly are. Beyond the black, beyond the white, beyond the yellow, the brown, and the red, we truly are connected to tribes and our indigenous nature. We're meant to come back to source. Remember our divine ordinance, our plan, our mission, and it's in your story, it's in your gifts that are meant to become the new prayers. We're not waiting for someone outside of us to make a change anymore. I invite you to tap into your inner authority. What is your inner authority asking you to become for your family, for your children, for your community, for the world at large? My invitation for you is to tune into your personal gift. I know someone on this call right now has a song that is meant to be expressed. I know someone on this call right now has a book that's meant to be revealed. I know someone on this call has a podcast that's meant to be birthed today. I know there's someone on this call that has deep levels of service and work with the people around them that's meant to be done. We are unwinding the knots of trauma that have inhibited us. What part of ourselves are we willing to confront finally? What part of our abandonment, our shame, our anger, our guilt, our animosity, our envy, what part of ourselves that feels uncomfortable? It's not good, it's not bad, it's not right, it's not wrong. It's like Rumi says, out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there's a field. I'll meet you there. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there's a field. I'll meet you there. When I first heard this quote, I thought to myself, Rumi, the great master, is teaching us there's a place, an open canvas, a field, a place where we can go beyond the illusions of right or wrong that he's alluding to. But when I tuned into this quote, I thought something more provocative that I never saw before. He said there's a field, not a place, a location, not an empty piece of grass, but an energetic field, a vibrational field, a quantum field that exists from the depths of our heart in the 0-point frequency that creates our auric field in Merkaba. Mer, spinning body of light. Ka, spirit. Ba, body. We are connecting to the frequency of unconditional love, the frequency that every great master, from Yeshua to the Buddha, came here to teach us to embody this frequency of true unconditional love. Beyond those that have left us behind, we choose to embrace and pour into ourselves this divine nature of love that exists all around us, inviting you to tap into your inner authenticity. The most powerful frequency, or the highest frequency, is authenticity. When you finally accept and embrace yourself fully, we're not here to unify with just the peace. We're not here to unify with just the love and the gratitude and the reverence and the light. We're here to unify with the shadow and the ugly parts of ourselves. We're here to unify with the parts of ourselves that feel put down and demeaned, and embrace it like the inner child that's asking for a sense of acknowledgement, because that's all it is. It's the part of each and every one of us that just wants to be held. When we feel those uncomfortable emotions that are our truly greatest teachers, it's the part of us that just wants to be embraced and loved and seen and appreciated. So when we break the spell of good, bad, right, or wrong, when we break the spell of red and blue, when we break the spell of our race, color, and schisms and isms, we break apart our hearts and realize we are just all luminous beings having this human experience. But inside of that part of us that feels hurt and abandoned and left behind is just a child. It's you that needs to be held. It starts with yourself, that peace that exists in you. It starts with you embracing that love and amplifying that all around you. Freedom's calling. I feel the fire that's deep inside us. Everybody wants change, but tell me who will guide us. To the leaders that pass away, put up your lighters. It's a beautiful struggle, but it cannot defy us. We're the ones that we've always been waiting for. See yourself in the mirror and open up the door. Walk through it and feel the love throughout your pores. Be the light, life's purpose is to feel joy. Metaphysical, lyrical, saying enough of truth. The only one to make change is walking in your shoes. Be the example and don't complain about the news. Making music and serving the world all for you. Now you can be the same or you can be the change. Find strength from inside, break through the chains. No one to blame and nothing to prove. You create your reality, it's up to you. So be the change that you want to see in the world. Like Gandhi, live for peace. Aspire to be someone who fights for the belief. Like Martin Luther King, aspire to be that love, that light. Like Christ, live life for the moment indeed. And if you believe in Jehovah, Allah, Buddha, Krishna, it's love to me. Because Martin taught us the lessons of how we should be respected. Gandhi truly embodied a nonviolent perspective. Global community, unity, maybe you and me can sit down, build upon love, because it's what we need. Let's get to farming and feeding the people starving across the whole planet. What's going on is alarming. Sustainable living, we don't need the provisions. We can grow it, pick it, and eat it. That's the world I envision. I'm on a mission to spread peace all around the world like Chase. Paint a face, make a beautiful mural. Africa needs peace. Europe and South America, Asia and Australia. Do you believe in miracles? Because it can happen if everybody would tap into all the love in the hearts and everybody started laughing. Time for action. No time to complain. It takes 8 billion people around the world to make that change. Now imagine if the words of John Lennon would come alive. And everybody in the world started to unite. Realize it ain't far-fetched. We can do it. Come together for a cause. Do it with the music. Use it. Take time and pursue it. Dreams and aspirations are all up to you. Because everybody in the world wants to get free. And everybody in the world wants peace, one love, one blood, and one heart, one people, one world, and one God. We gotta come together, united for one cause. Put your hands up in the air for peace. Put them up. One love, one blood, and one heart. One people, one world, and one God. We gotta come together, united for one cause. Put your hands up in the air for peace. Peace worldwide starts from inside. We gotta find a better way that we can be. Peace worldwide starts from inside. Go ahead and let your mind, body, soul be free. Peace worldwide starts from inside. The answer and solution always starts with we. Peace worldwide starts from inside. If you want to serve the world, be the change you wish to see. We're not here to save the world, y'all. We're not trying to preserve and save what is. We're in the action of serving the world, being in service with your gifts. There's a story inside of you that must be expressed. We're not waiting for anyone to make change. It's inside of you. We're all going to play our part to make an equal contribution to raise the vibration of Pachamama, Mother Earth, tuning back into our indigenous selves and reuniting the tribes and our planet. I invite you, if you're feeling this incredible energy, to tune into the power of Disclosure Fest. I've worked in social services for nearly 10 years in my lifetime, 5 different nonprofit organizations, working with homeless and at-risk kids on the streets, starving, nothing to eat, living in foster care, living in abandoned buildings in LA. I dedicated a deep amount of my time to be in service with the young people. And so has Disclosure Fest. I've really been enamored by their ability to go down to the streets of Skid Row. You know, in LA here where I live and grew up, where I'm native, we have the biggest homeless population in the entire country. And I've rarely seen any festival go down there in the most deepest trenches and really help feed the souls of people that have really needed the most. And I see Disclosure Fest and Adrian and this whole community doing that. So I invite you to do that, support this incredible organization. And if you feel the words and the prayers from everyone tonight, offer a blessing to the space. And I invite each and every one of you as well to join us New Year's Eve for the Belonging New Year's Eve experience that we're hosting here in LA to bring more people together for unity, consciousness. My name is Jay Brave. You can find me at Brave Kind Soul. Peace and love. And thank you for celebrating myself and all the ancestors that are with me. Massive love. Aho.
Wow.
You,
so beautiful.
how do
Always.
you even put into words what you do to my heart and all of our hearts? And people in the chat are saying this man is brilliant.
Yeah.
You are so, your message and your essence are so needed on this planet right now. And I just thank you for what you brought and the way that you're collaborating with each one of us here. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You know, I receive all the love knowing that I'm just a vessel allowing the universe to express through me. And thank you for allowing the space for the universe to channel with you all today. Massive love and deep reverence and praise.
Thank you always, Jay, so for spreading that like super high vibe consciousness through your music. You know, being in the music industry for so many years, it was really hard for that element to come through, and discovering like epic artists like yourself that can just really, you know, touch some hearts wide open like that with conscious lyrical content is just wow. Yeah, you're super epic. And yeah, people have been just lit up. And like Michelle brought this up also before you came on, like you're such an amazing motivational speaker. And you recently started some retreats. So like just let's plug you, man. Let's get some people to like, you know, get activated with you.
Yeah, did you want me to speak into that?
Yeah, for sure.
First of all, I really admire Disclosure Fest for being so mindful of the power of diversity and bringing people together, making sure there's like a equal representation of all of your events, Adrian. And I feel like Sri Kala and I created this incredible community called Actualize. And this isn't a plug, it's an invitation, really. It's really like during the time of the pandemic where we were both becoming fathers, we realized like the power of music is about not just like being on stage and not just about self-promotion of our expression. It's about healing. And the songs start, you know, when you write them, they heal yourself. You confront your trauma, your pain. And then when you record them and write them, they have the potential to be prayers for the world. And so we realize this is a holistic experience that we're offering to bring people together, to really tap into their deepest pain and make them into their greatest anthems. And like I mentioned before, for those that are in that layer want to come out, we're going to be hosting this beautiful event with Oracle, and all of the Courses Disclosure Fest family is welcome to be there for New Year's Eve to really just exemplify the power of unity through music and expression and service. And so, again, just deeply flattered and humbled by the invitation to be here. And thank you, brother. Thank you for all the love you do in the world and your collective.
Thank you, Jay Brave. Wow. Michelle, come on.
That's so amazing. You know, when we were doing the schedule and I saw, you know, where each person was going, and right after Jay, we have Rissa Vibes. And Rissa and I had a conversation this weekend, and there she is. Just being in Rissa's energy lit me up. And even Maura just now said, I really like her energy. What, like, we can't wait. You're muted, Rissa. We can't wait to see her at Conscious Life Expo. And I want to read you her short bio here. Rissa Vibes is a cosmic channel, a music artist, an intuitive development coach specializing in spiritual empowerment and soul aligned growth. Known for her warm presence, I will vouch to that. Rissa leads transformational journeys, guiding clients to reclaim their gifts, connect with higher consciousness, and find purpose. And that's why we're all here. And you're also an incredible musical artist. I listen to your music, Miracles. You know, I'm super stoked that you're here. And so take it away, Rissa. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you for being here.
Ah, I'm like beaming. I don't even know what to say. I'm just like beaming right now.
Goosebumps.
Yeah, it's just like such an amazing energy. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for bringing me on. Thank you for everybody who shared their vibration, their energy in this collective consciousness. This is such an important time for us all to be connected, and unity is absolutely the mission, right? And so, so many people in tonight's shares have highlighted such pivotal and profound messages for this purpose of unity. And so this segment that I'm going to do is a quick channeled reading with some cards. I do channeling. I also do music. I may finish with my very exciting Healers Unite chant, because I feel like that is very much in alignment to what we're doing here. But I want to just start by calling in, as we already have, our guides, our higher selves. So if you all want to just put your hands on your heart or whatever feels aligned, maybe your solar plexus, if you feel like that needs a little charge, or your throat chakra, your third eye, whatever feels in alignment to you. Just place your hand there, knowing that you are a vessel of light and healing for yourself and for the collective. So wherever you're called to send energy to yourself, know that that energy is also being sent to all those in the world who need it at this time. And just breathe into that space, breathe in light as we call forth all of our higher selves, the purest positive potential of our being, always guiding us on our path. We also call forth our spirit guides of the highest love and light, our angels, ascended masters, ancestors, passed on loved ones, and any additional guides of the highest love and light who wish to be present for us at this time. We call them in, we welcome them into our heart, and we welcome them into our being and this world, this planet that we are in. Ashe, and so it is. So I'm here to just bring in this frequency of awareness around your intuitive ability, right? We are all intuitive beings. We are all connected to the vibration of love and light that is source. And what we want to activate most at this time in this collective consciousness wave of humanity and evolution is our ability to tune into our truth. In a world where there's so many truths being expressed and everyone's truth is feeling powerful and potent, we get to lean into we get to embrace that, and we get to honor that that is exactly what this time in our life is calling us forward in, is honing in on our unique individual frequency, our unique individual truth, and like Jay Brave said, our authenticity and our ability to create, our ability to align to all that we are meant to be, our purest positive potential. And what is that, right? What is our purest positive potential? Well, it's going to look different for everyone. But like Bashar spoke so much about, Daryl Anka and everybody else is talking about love, right? Love is the highest frequency. Love is the all transmuting force. And so when we recognize that love is the answer, we recognize that this time, no matter what your beliefs are, is a time for us to lean into love and to really allow ourselves to utilize all the tools, all the knowledge, all the wisdom from past lives, present life, and our collective consciousness and awareness of what's to come, and culminate that together into a vibration of awareness to transmute and navigate all the things that the world is feeling right now. And for all of you empaths out there, I know y'all are feeling all the feelings of everyone on the planet. And so I encourage you to recognize that that is a gift. Recognize that your ability to feel whatever it is you're feeling is a gift. Recognize that what's happening in this world is a gift, that we have all on a soul level, whether we're conscious or not, have created this exact experience. So why resist it? Why push it away? Why fight it? Why create war with it? Why not embrace it? Why not find a sense of peace, a sense of grace, a sense of unity, a sense of connectedness amidst it? And so that is what I want to focus on. And I'm just going to pull a couple cards here just to see if there's one right there. Anything that the guides want us to know in particular for this conscious collective that is, the cards are talking right now, that is important for us to know. Boom. All right. The cards are speaking today, y'all. So the first card is the star. Okay. It is the star. This is us activating our star power. Okay. This is us activating our star power. This is our authenticity. This is our divine purpose, our mission. So many of us over the last several years and decades, even really around 2012 is when the collective consciousness really started to activate an awareness of self in a bigger way. We are all being called to figure out our purpose and our mission that is unique. We all have a specific role to play with our own truth. And when you tap into your intuition, you're able to recognize and discern what feels most true to you and what doesn't. This isn't to get everybody to be in alignment to your truth or to argue a certain right or wrong. It is for you to recognize your truth, which allows you to recognize your purpose, which allows you to tap into your star power to fulfill the role you came here to fulfill, and to be the beacon of light that you came here to be the one that's expressing from that truth so that you can align to your soul family, to your star family, and you can channel the messages of that frequency to co-create everything that we're here co-creating and collaborating with. So activate your star power. So many of you may be feeling resistant to taking up space, to speaking your truth, to embodying the type of vibration or avatar that you've been called to embody. Maybe some of you are wanting to change your style or your hair, or step into an expression of yourself that's always been kind of hidden within you. It's time. It's time to activate your star power, okay? Because that is what we're all here being motivated to do. And that's sometimes what duality and polarity is best serving us for, is to help us to push us into our true self fully. Now, as a result of that, the future card, these are the Vegans, our lovely galactic friends, and it is the future, okay? The future is freedom. The future is freedom, and freedom is the future. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of being, freedom of connection, freedom of collaboration, freedom of creativity. Okay, 73, 7 + 3 = 10. I'm all about numerology. And 10 is the next step into the spiral up, the next level of consciousness, right? We're in an 8-year right now, which is all about karmic abundance. It is the infinite energy of abundance, and it is the way that we give, we receive. And so in that, the next year, 2025, is 9, which is the end of a cycle, which is wisdom, right? And then after that is freedom, which is the 10, okay? And so we are stepping into that now. A lot of us who are on this call, who are in this community, are a little bit ahead of the wave. We're on the leading edge, right? And we're a little bit beyond that. And so it's time for us to lead in freedom and feel very, very excited. This is a time to be excited and grateful and ready to enjoy the freedom of our being, the freedom of our expression. No one can take your freedom away but you. Only you can choose to allow something to make you believe that you're not free. We're all free. So exercise that freedom and allow yourself to honor that. The next card is the presence of absence. Okay, some of you may be grieving a timeline, maybe in your personal lives or in the collective consciousness. Some of you may be grieving a timeline of what you thought may be, the future, what you thought may be what was supposed to happen, or what you used to have that you don't feel like you have anymore. But recognize that the presence of absence is just an illusion, that you always are connected to the timeline that you want to experience. And that by choosing it, by embodying it, by aligning your thoughts to it and your emotions and your actions to it, you will experience that timeline. Now, what I encourage you to do is check in with yourself and ask yourself, what is the gift of this timeline being maybe outdated or being called to be redirected or reflected on, right? Look at it as a gift, because oftentimes our guides and our higher selves, that's why we go to them for guidance, is because they have a bigger picture perspective. They can see things that we can't. And so we get to recognize that what we experience is something ordained for us to appreciate, that may be revealing a blind spot that we had. So before you really line up to this idea of loss, recognize what is the benefit of this new timeline and how can I align to it? How can I use it as a gift? How can I appreciate it and still have gratitude for that timeline that you were connected to, but not be so attached to it that you're dwelling in the absence of it, but instead honoring the presence of this experience is a gift for something new to be born. And then lastly, the strength of vulnerability. Okay, the strength of vulnerability. We are strongest when we are vulnerable. We are strongest when we are aligning to the tenderness of our heart, to the tenderness of our experience, and to the way in which our human bodies are responding to things that make us feel uncomfortable or make us feel nervous or afraid. These are moments of vulnerability that we get to step into courage with. That courage is the biggest strength that we could ever align to. If you've ever seen Brene Brown's speak on vulnerability, you know what I'm talking about, that this is our strength. So it's okay to be vulnerable in your emotions. It's okay to not know. It's okay to be curious and inquisitive and maybe a little nervous, but recognize that nervousness is just a tick or two off vibrationally from excitement. So you can get into excitement around the opportunity to be vulnerable and the courage that it's going to bring forth and the strength that it's going to give you to be that light warrior that you're meant to be, because that vulnerability is how we relate to each other. It's how we feel our empathic connection so that we can hold space for one another. We can heal each other. We can have compassion, and we can share more unity, more love, more light, more forgiveness, more appreciation, and more connectedness. So I hope this reading resonates with all of you. I want to end with just my Healers Unite chant, because I feel like this is so much an alignment to what has come through in this beautiful mass meditation. And so I'm going to recite it for you. And then if you want to join in for the second one, feel free. We are the healers. Healers unite. We came to heal them all with our divine light. We are the leaders. Leaders unite. We came to lead them all to their divine light. We have awakened, woke up ready to fight. We came to raise the vibe and bring shadow to light. We are the healers. Healers unite. We came to heal them all with our divine light. I'm going to say it one more time if you can remember and want to join in. We are the healers. Healers unite. We came to heal them all with our divine light. We are the leaders. Leaders unite. We came to lead them all to their divine light. We have awakened, woke up ready to fight. We came to raise the vibe and bring shadow to light. We are the healers. Healers unite. We came to heal them all with our divine light. Thank you all so much. I will be at Conscious Life Expo in February, not only sharing a workshop and past life regression, parallel progression journey, but also a epic musical experience. And I'll definitely be at Disclosure Fest next summer as we manifest that into being here in this call. Make sure you donate, make sure you give. Remember that karmic 8 abundance, whatever we put in, we get back. So the abundance that we give is what we're going to receive in freedom, in light, and connectedness, and strength, and awareness, and love, and community. And so I encourage you all to put energy in that you want to see returned back to you and returned back to the world, because that's what we're doing it for. I love you all. I love you, Adrian. Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Rissa, oh, it was so beautiful. You know, you did a reading for me months ago, and I felt like it was one of the most epic readings. And then we were thinking about a segment within the show, and I was like, this has got to come and just rock a reading for us. That was so beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, you're such an amazing freaking starseed.
You just, wow, double whammy. That just, oh, thank you for bringing it. You're just so amazing. I can't wait to hug you in person at Conscious Life Expo. Thank you. Thank you for just your stellar contribution to the path forward. And we just are so lucky to have you on the planet. I've just, every person that's on here, I just feel so lit up by our audience that's contributing with each one of our speakers and the hosts and our partners. And Adrian, I think you needed a dose of this. This is like this is a dose of medicine for your soul. And I'm just so thrilled that Deborah and Scott reached out and said, what can we do for Adrian? And this has been amazing. So, and we still have more. So thank you. Check out Rissa Vibes. I think her website's rissavibes.com. She's got amazing offerings there. And I think, Adrian, you're ready to bring on our next guest.
Yeah, book a reading. Am I bringing on the next guest?
You are. Alpha ready.
Oh, right. Alpha ready. Wow. Let's bring on some Alpha ready.
He needs to turn on his camera. I've sent him a message. Here we go.
Well, I've experienced already because I do a lot of breath work, and every time this guy, shows up, I pass out. So like, we got to see how many people we can get to pass out on on Unity now. You're still muted, brother. You're still muted. Oh, you got this.
There it is. There it is. All right. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Thank you so much, Adrian. What a blessing to be here. It's already been super, super inspiring. I mean, that's a very powerful word in the breathwork community. Inspiration is respiration. And I encourage everybody on this practice to breathe at your own pace. We're going to go pretty fast, but I want everybody to feel comfortable, but push those boundaries as well, right? Challenge yourself, but definitely I want everybody to breathe and listen at your own pace, because we're going to go pretty fast. But if you're ready, this is exactly what you're looking for, because this is quite activating. And just real quick, I just want to explain, listen to your body before you listen to any of my guidance. Your body is the master teacher. So I will just be guiding. The breath is really leading the way. And I'm going to present some breathwork beats brought to you by Breathwork Beats on YouTube. And afterwards, a small offering from my buddy who also makes beats here. And it is a fun breathwork by my friend Ethan Wilson. So we're gonna get started, party people. Here we go. I love you all. Thanks for breathing with me. All the way out. And in. All the way out. Here we go. In and out. All the way in. Expand the belly. Expand the chest. And double the speed. Few more. We're gonna double in, one out, through the mouth. Double the speed. A few more. All the way in. And we're going to hold at the top, squeeze gently, and focus on the top of your head. Bring in a little more oxygen. And we're going to hold here, let go. No need for oxygen for 1 minute. Just be. Tune into the rhythm. Tune into yourself. Where there is life, there is rhythm. We're almost there. Fully in. Squeeze and hold. And let go. You're doing wonderful, beautiful people. Make sure to tap the lungs, tap the heart, tap the back. Here we go. Get ready for the second round, everybody. You're doing great. All of you. Here we go. All the way in. Stay with each breath. Ready? Double the speed. Here we go. 2 in, 1 out. Double the speed. All the way in. Squeeze the pelvic floor. Squeeze the abs. Send the energy up. little more oxygen. And let go. We will hold here. No need for oxygen. Enjoy. We're almost there. You're doing amazing, beautiful people. If you need oxygen, take a tiny, tiny sip and let it back out. Embrace the stillness, beautiful people. We got one more round of this. You're doing amazing. All the way in. Shine your inner light. And let go. Here we go, everybody. It's the reset. Nice little break before we get back into it. Fully in. Double. Slow down, 2 in, 1 out. Double it up. Fully in. Squeeze the pelvic floor, flex the abdomens, shine your inner light. And let go. We will hold here for the last breath retention. You can do it. All the way in. Nice reset, beautiful people. And relax. We'll breathe back to however you feel comfortable. Allow this break to bring you back to ground zero right here, baby, where we all are, right here, right now. If we keep the mind on the breath and the breath on the mind, we will always be in the present moment. We will always be where our body is. Allow the breath to be an anchor. have 5 S's that I'm working with. The first one is silence, the second one is stillness, then spaciousness, stability, and surrender. We use all these for strength. Beautiful people. We're gonna finish it off with a slower pace, but I wanna welcome you all to 2 inhales, 2 exhales. The first inhale is through the nose, second inhale is through the mouth. Then we're gonna let it out with a sigh and a blow. It goes a little something like this. All right, you got this. Here we go. We'll start slowly and together. Follow the breath. Keep it going. Quick break. Let's listen. With every breath, we will breathe into love. With every breath, we will breathe out love. Breathe into love, breathe out love. You ready? Here we go. Boom. From the top. From the nose. Love and light. We're almost done. Hey, well, blessings, everybody. Keep it going, a few more. Breathe. As simple as that. We did it, everybody. Give yourselves a round of applause. And send that energy right here. Bring it all back to the heart. Thank you so much, beautiful people. I love you all.
We love you. Oh my gosh. Did you pass out?
Yeah, I guess no passing out today, Adrian.
Woo!
got that metal feeling in my mouth. Yes, always. Oh, and you know what? You always bring it, share some of what you're doing. People need to know. I know that you do it also you do them breathwork beats for the Latin community. Like that's really huge. You have a huge Latin audience. Let them know. You bring the funk. Let's talk about that. And thanks for coming. Thanks for sharing. We love you, brother. You're always gonna be in my heart. I can't wait to come visit.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Oregon welcomes you with open arms and open hearts. I'm a funk musician. I'm a vocalist for a 13-piece funk band called DTW. It stands for many things. Lately, I've been saying decolonize the world. Many people will, put their own definition to that, but what I mean by that is decolonize our own minds from all the things that keep us from our brothers and sisters, from all the things that keep us from knowing ourselves, from all the things that keep us from love.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you all.
Yeah.
It's an honor to be here with you.
Yeah. Amazing. Woo. Feeling a little dizzy right now. I love it. I love it. So up next, I have the divine pleasure of introducing Miss Ruby Chase. She is a singer, songwriter, DJ, producer. Ruby Chase is a musical alchemist with a focus on taking her listeners on a journey. Ruby serves up a unique ritualistic approach to her live performances, weaving a broad span of musical flavors ranging from bass to Latin, down-tempo to house. Blending this range of global dance tracks with her original music, ethereal live vocals, and interactive invitations. Ruby Sets turns the dance floor into a ceremony. And I heard you're going to be singing a cappella for us right now. Is that true?
Yeah. I am so happy to be here. Thank you so much for just hosting this incredible gathering. I have been so blown away like 10 different times, running my laptop into the other room of my partner, being like, "Did you know this thing? Wow." So thank you for all of this heart expanding magic, for all of the participants that are here giving the love. Wow, what a joy to be here. For those of you that I haven't had the pleasure to meet yet, my name is Ruby Chase. I am so deeply in service to this shift that we are all participating in. I feel pretty sure if you are on this live stream, you are one of the ones remembering this beautiful future together. And in a moment in history where the big screens might be showing us a very dystopian timeline, Mad Max, and the water runs out and everyone's fighting. It's like, okay, one possible timeline. Thank you, Hollywood. And then we see this. We see a community of over 1,000 people. I don't even know how many because of so many different streams and threads, the mycelium network of this type of community that believe in the beauty and believe in our collective consciousness having the power to morph the matter around it. I believe very firmly that we will see what we believe, and it brings it back to the gift of our imagination. And as I was tapping into the themes of unity and peace and really dissecting it, I was falling asleep last night in contemplation of like, okay, what is peace? As I was regulating my breathing and feeling the warmth of my cozy bed, I was like, okay, this is peace. This is one realm of peace, right? And then as I went deeper into peace and even in my own life, as I have felt peace and then felt the opposite of peace and starting to dissect, okay, what is that intersection? How do we identify? It's very poetic and lovely to remember that we are the peace within, and to have it externally, we must be it and embodied. It can be romanticized, but what is that really? To have the willingness and also the discipline to be the peace. And as I tapped into that, what came forward as the deepest truth I could really uncover was peace, for me, has been being in alignment with my Dharma. That brings my soul peace. And it doesn't matter what is happening externally. It doesn't matter what we're seeing in the ripple of things, because when we're in alignment with our Dharma and we are on purpose, our soul is fully embodied for what it's meant to be doing on the planet at this time, even when it's chaotic, even when it's wild. There's a peace to that because it's a knowing. It's an anchoring into why we chose to be here. We didn't come to Earth for a walk in the park. We didn't come here to experience oneness and that only. That exists through all time. And Earth is this very dynamic realm where we have the expansive emotions. We have the hormones flooding our body. We have the delicious and the disgusting simultaneously on this one planet so that we can experience all of it. And to find that peace is to truly anchor into, why am I here? Why did I choose to come and sign up for this wild experience of being human? And when we can find that reason, and then even deeper underneath the why, to be in practice of that experience, that's where our soul can rest. And I went even deeper. I was like, okay, so alignment, what does that mean to be in alignment with our soul's purpose? And the answer that came through was really beautiful. It was, first, we need to purify, to be clear and open enough to really hear what that soul mission is, to feel what that calling forward is about. And from there, in that listening, to be able to really find crystal clear clarity so that there's no question. That's also another realm of peace, right? When we just know something, like, I find a deep peace in that. When I've made a decision and I'm like, or when I know something to my core, my soul can rest there. And from that place, then we can take action. And this is where it becomes really dynamic, because within the action taking, there might be moments of unbalance. There might be moments of it not feeling so peaceful, when we have to pull up our sleeves and pull up our bravery to step forward into that Dharma. That all the time might not be so peaceful, right? Who knows that feeling of when you are completely leaping forward into the unknown, into your Dharma, into what you know you are here to be. And the soul is fluttering and the skin is having goosebumps and the whole system just feels like whoa, 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 like it's a different feeling. It's not so neutral and peaceful. It's expansive, it's explosive. And so we dip and we wave between these poles of the peaceful knowing and the radical action taking, the willingness to be seen, to be heard, to be persecuted for what we are here to be. It's a brave act to be in our Dharma, because it will press the buttons of people that aren't fully living within theirs. Or maybe your Dharma is to press those buttons, and it's just part of the beautiful wheel that we are participating in here as humans on Earth at this time. And so I bow to your bravery. And this striving for peace is such a worthwhile mission. And it is true, when we find it within, then we can experience it outside of ourselves. You know, we can see it ripple in so many ways. And the science is backing it up in such a profound way. I mean, as we spoke to early on with Unify and with these global meditations that Disclosure Fest has been doing for so long, well before a lot of this research and study has been coming forward, affirming that this is real, this is science. When we come together and we attune and we ground and we clear the field to truly be all of ourselves and resonate with a certain shared intention, it ripples. It ripples into the nearby cities. It ripples into the waterways. It ripples into all fabric of space and time. So to be a part of this, we get to identify, what is my role? What is my individual role in this collective journey? And within that, what are we here to create? And how can we be in the reciprocity of creation I work with this glyph very often of the infinity and the practice of creating and sharing. And when we aren't in balance with one of these arcs of the journey, it creates distortion in the field. Maybe we're creating a whole bunch, but we're not sharing it out with the world. How many of you artists, drop it in the chat? It's like, if you know that feeling of making, for me, it's music and art, you know, it's those songs that haven't felt the ears hear them yet. It's like, it needs to be seen. For you that paint, the eyes that witness the painting, it's part of the fulfilling prophecy of that creation. So how can we clear in the purification whatever is needed to have this arc be flowing effortlessly? And thus it brings us back to the infinity, to the unity, to this divine orchestration that we can each be within our creative act of being within our dharma and finding that soul purpose. And there's been so many incredible points being dropped today of the willingness. And it really is a willingness. I find that's a really great step one. If you are someone that's early on identifying, okay, what is my purpose, right? Just declaring your willingness to creation. I'm willing to be of service. I'm willing to be a vessel for something bigger, for my soul's purpose. And that willingness, it's so powerful. It can dissolve obstacles. It can move mountains when we are willing to step into that role. And the team of Disclosure Fest has been such incredible representations of that willingness. And everyone that has shared today, and probably everyone on this call, I mean, if you're here spending your 11:11 in this prayer, the willingness is such a fortifying force that we can lean into with ourselves and with each other. And from all of that, then it just requires trust. It requires surrender to trust that even when it appears like it's not going the way we thought it should or we wanted it to, that surrender into knowing there is a greater plan. Sometimes we need to find the unbalance to experience the balance, the lack of peace to have the drive toward peace, the dissolution of being separate so that we can yearn to return to unity. And knowing that this point in history is pivotal for our trust and for our surrender into that bigger plan. So with that, I would love to share a song. This is a piece that came through me and my dear brother, LS Dream. You might know him. His name is Sammy. He's a really beautiful light worker, very much on this journey. And we were both at a big moment of a trust fall where the worlds as we had known it were falling away. And it was a little scary. It was a scary moment of like, oh my gosh, everything I thought I knew, everything I thought I was building toward and I had cultivated was being asked to be stripped away within that purification so that I could step in deeper into that dharma. So I bring this forward, especially for any of you that are feeling that disillusion and that nervousness at the edge of the cliff for your trust fall of your dharma. May this bring some peace to your spirit. Floating out to the edge of eternity. Breaking ground, now the sky is holding me. Eyes closed so I can see clearly. I pray to nothing and everything. I got it all when I let it go. I couldn't rise without a fall. It's a paradox. a mystery. I am surrender and the victory. Diving in at the edge of eternity. How can I find strength in fragility? I'm holding space in the density. A wise fool hears silence so deafening. I got it all when I let it go. I couldn't rise without a fall. It's a paradox, a mystery. I am surrender and the victory. Paradox, mystery. I am surrender and the victory. Paradox, mystery. I am surrender and the victory. I am surrender. And the victory. Mahalo keakua to all of our guides and allies that are here, present with all of us already. We have invoked them, we have called them in, and I ask for your support, for all of our benevolent ancestors to support us in this purification so that we can stand committed and willing and fortified in the strength of this community right here, to step in wholeheartedly into our trust, into our surrender, into our dharma, into right action and right relation. May all of the projects that support this beautiful coming home into our right relation with this planet be fully supported. This whole movement that Disclosure Fest is bravely pioneering and has been for a very long time. May it be fully and divinely supported by all of the resource and benevolent beings. And may all of us rise into our glory together at this time. I'm so grateful to be here with you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you for this opportunity. And yeah, for those of you that wish to stay close to the fireplace and stay close to each other as we continue to develop into our glorious gifts, one of my big passions is supporting artists in awakening to how to really bring it forward in a way that can be sustainable and long lasting. And I'm very excited to be launching the next round of the Resonance Chrysalis coming up soon. So if you are feeling that call to open the voice and to tap into music as your medicine, as a bigger arc, and you feel impact driven, that's very much the core of our community, is impact driven artists. Please stay connected. My name is Ruby Chase on all the things. And yeah, lots of that song is on Spotify with a whole plethora of others, and as well as one that just dropped today that's an ode to Lumeria. So Viva Lumeria, Viva 1111, and Viva this whole Disclosure Fest Unity Now prayer. Thanks for having me.
I was just going to ask you where we can find that song. So just look up Ruby.
It's a totally different version. This is the ceremony version that I perform live in ceremony. The other version is like a bass banger anthem, like stadium. It's called Paradox. You'll probably get a nice laugh and a good dance as you listen to the very diverse, different version that it is.
Amazing. Oh, well, I love it so much, and loving you, Ruby. Thank you for your beautiful voice and bringing in that divine feminine essence.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you, Ruby, for going live, because Ruby was going to send us a pre-record and she changed her mind. And that was very, very impactful, having that live. I was in tears. So thank you so much.
Yeah, so good. All right. So I know that Deborah and Scott and all of us want to share a few more messages from our beautiful partners. So Scott, bring yourself up there, darling.
Well, as fate would have it, my camera has frozen, and that's what I've been playing with for a little while.
Okay.
So I may have to switch to my other computer, but for now, I do want to bring up this poster. And then I want to thank all these amazing people that have supported us. A big thanks to the Sign Network. They're the ones who get us out to all the different Facebook groups and YouTube channels. So thank you very much for that. Kenny Kaufman is going to join us a little bit later, I think, and talk about the New Living Expo. And we also want to thank Humanity's team. And so I am going to go to their website. I think probably most of you are familiar with Humanity's team. They are doing wonderful, wonderful work in the world. And here we go. Yeah, Humanity's team was originally formed by Neil Donald Walsh, who wrote Conversations with God, and our good friend Steve Farrell. And they carried the Awakening World, the show that I do twice a week. And they've got probably the biggest library of extraordinary content. Everybody from Greg Braden, well, you can see all the different people that they have. I mean, they've got just about all of our favorite New Thought leaders. So you can learn much more by going to humanitiesteam.org. Humanitiesteam.org.
Thank you, Scott.
And finally, one other organization I want to mention is our friends at Unity Earth. Again, our Awakening World collaborates with them all the time. A lot of the members of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle, they are doing a lot of different things, including initiatives. They've just kicked off Unity Earth TV. Of course, many of you are familiar with World Unity Week that happens. Purpose Earth provides grants to nonprofit organizations all over the world, many of whom we've featured on our show. And they do Peace Week, which just happened in September. They take journeys. They were in Japan together. Our beloved Omashar, who's going to play music in about 20 minutes or 30 minutes, was part of that trip, along with Kristen Hoffman and many others. So learn more by going to unity.earth, unity.earth. And turn it back over to the three of you while I try and figure out my camera.
Beautiful. All right, beloveds. So, Deborah, would you like to share your upcoming events, or shall I jump in? You're muted.
We all have lots to share with you. I'm going to just share a few things. Let me just share right here. I produce events and I really focus on the planetary ascension. And this one is called The State of the World and the Planetary Ascension, Insight and Tools for Navigating the Shift During the Awakening. It's with one of my top ascension teachers, Camille Moritz. This is episode 2. We did episode 1 a while ago. It was amazing. You can go to planetaryascension.org, planetaryascension.org, and tap into the whole series if you like. And I've been around sharing things forever. And one thing I do still is Wishing Well Portal. And that is sharing evolutionary festivals, retreats, conferences, online programs, and resources through various newsletters. Harmony Connects, Deborah Recommends, Transformation into the New Paradigm. So I just share everything that's going on with the top teachers and what is cutting edge on the planet. And it's wishingwellportal.com, wishingwellportal.com, and much more. But if you sign up here, this will get you everything you'd want to know about what's going on in the new paradigm, because that is my passion. Thank you.
Wonderful. And everyone, I would love to take an opportunity to share with you some of the things that I'm up to too. If I'm new to you, I just wanted to share with you that I have a call coming up soon called Activate Your Egyptian Codes, where you can really tune into your past, your ancient roots, unlock your soul codes, and activate your life mission and purpose. And so I'm going to drop a link to that in the chat. And this is a precursor. I essentially take you through a journey of my previous Egyptian pilgrimage, where I share videos and photos and really speak to the glyphs that stood out to me in Egypt. And I introduce to you our opportunity to travel together to Egypt for 11/11 next year. We'll be taking a 20-day pilgrimage. This is a mystic initiation. It is not a tourist experience. And through those 20 days, we have time and space to be at all of the sacred sites and really have time to integrate and be able to commune and gather together in our beautiful resorts. And then I also have my 11/11 Ascension University. This is a level 1 online course called You're Not Crazy, You're Just Awakening. And it's all about clarifying your purpose, getting empowered, and rising into your leadership. So anything and everything that I'm up to, you can find on my Anastara link tree. And there is also an opportunity where Deborah and I are going to be together on the Galactic Origins Cruise, along with many other speakers. And that is coming up like literally next month, December 14th to the 21st. It's hosted by Portal to Ascension. We're going to have a meditation on December 21st for the winter solstice. And we'll be traveling to Honduras and Tulum and Belize and Mexico. And I'm really excited because I'm going to be taking my family with me during this trip as well. So when you are at checkout, you can use my name or Deborah Juicy's name and sign up and come to the sacred sites with us next month. Thank you, everyone. So beautiful, so wonderful, so grateful to be able to share with you.
And I can speak. You'll just have to imagine what I look like. I'm going to go to the website for the Global Peace Tribe. And, we do 2 shows every week, Wednesday nights and Saturday nights. We have extraordinary guests, a lot of the type of people you've seen tonight, including some of the people you've seen this evening, like Elizabeth April and Larissa Stowe, Darylenka. So it's easy for you to register. Just go to register for the new season. That'll take you to our registration page. And I've actually added a special link today. I'm calling it our 11/11 special promotion. For $11.11, you'll get all the Zoom room links to all of our shows through the rest of the year. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com and click register, and that will take you to this page where you can join us. Now, if you want to come in at a higher level, that's awesome. People that come in at the gold or silver level can give gift subscriptions to their friends. We're an amazing community of people that come together, truly global, and we're one big family. It's very, very similar to the beautiful energy you've been experiencing all evening tonight.
And remember, this is a fundraiser for Disclosure Fest. So we're going to drop that link into the chat again. And if you just go to disclosurefest.org, you can also find that for those of you who aren't having the chat right now. So any amount you can offer, every dollar counts. Thank you.
Even you're inspired to send some money next week.
Yeah.
Adrian will need it to support 2025. That's what we're all here for. So let's all give him the green love.
Thank you.
I want to just jump in and say, watching all of these co-hosts work and the way that they do, the way that they weave in the world is so inspirational for me. And Deborah Juicy, when I met you at Contact in the Desert on those stairs, my soul knew that I knew you from somewhere. And to watch you all these years and see your stellar and impeccable integrity is something that I hold very dear. And I thank you for making this happen, because without you, this wouldn't have happened. It was your idea. You brought in Scott, you brought in Anastara, and just really touches my heart to see the way you're all weaving. And Anastara, I want to say happy anniversary to you and your husband.
He just walked in. He's saying, "This is my man, Drew." It's our
Happy
18-year
anniversary
today. Thank you.
We were talking about Anastara starting this 13 years ago. Her 15 years ago. Was it 2009? I think.
Oh my gosh, can't do math right now.
Something like that. I remember doing an event on Laguna Beach, 11/11/2009. And tonight, Alpha Reddy said, one of the ladies, Arazu, was on my 11/11/11 trip to Peru. And she was a didgeridoo player, and she's friends with Alpha Reddy, and she told him to say hi to me. And I see the weavings between the 11s, and we are the ones, we are the ones. So I'm just so uplifted and inspired by everybody who joined in today and the beautiful, beautiful comments in the chat. This has been amazing. And Scott really shows what unity looks like every week on Awakening World and Global Peace Tribe. And I wanted to also give a shout out to Alan Steinfeld of New Realities, because he's another person that will be on that cruise, the Galactic Cruise. He works very closely with Neil at Portal to Ascension, as do I. And he always says yes. Every time you ask Alan to help, I've never once heard him say no. He says yes. And I encourage everybody in the chat to follow your yes. This is the time for us to join together and continue saying yes. Yes to life. Yes to the beauty that you're feeling here. And yes to Disclosure Fest, putting on these festivals where we can come together in person. This is wonderful to be on Zoom and to feel everyone's energies. And it's even more inspiring when you're together hugging and having that heart connection and feeling our feet on the ground together. Disclosure Fest is something that it's been my passion. I'm a volunteer, and I will do anything for Adrian Vallera because of the purity that I see in his heart, because he does want to help all of humanity and live his life in service. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. You made my night. And my birthday was last week, so I can say it's a belated birthday present for me, and it's a birthday present for Maura. She's out there getting the party still going on out there in the room, and I'm just so glad that we could make it all work.
Thank you so much, Michelle. It was so beautiful. You're always like the glue. Michelle is like my sister from some past lives. We've just shared so much together. You always show up, and I just want to thank the hosts that have jumped on this, like Deborah and Scott and Astara, and like you guys all really inspired me. It's like I've been going through it. This was not an easy thing for Disclosure Fest. So like for me to like okay, yeah, like we need support, but I'm going through it. So it's like to have community like lift you up, and like kind of like nudge you back into your power. Like I really am so grateful for you guys. And I'm so grateful for everyone who showed up, like that chimed into the meditation. All these amazing speakers. Like I thought we just put together a really beautiful show. And I love how it just kind of came together.
It did. It really did. I didn't know. Was it Bashar's birthday? It says happy birthday, Bashar.
A couple days ago, yeah.
Wow, that's Daryl's birthday?
Yeah, because Bashar's birthday is 11. No, it's 11/11. Wait.
Is it?
Because we did the Luxor last year, and I remember it was Bashar's birthday when he went live.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And it's also Moses' birthday, our next artist. It's his
That's right.
birthday too. Incredible.
Mhm.
This was divinely guided.
And you're going to produce an after party.
You up.
For sure.
Yep. It's been an amazing evening, and we are going to have an after party, which is going to be a chance. We're going to read some of the comments coming in from people, and Omashar is going to play music, and Fanny and Vigari are going to be with us. So we're going to have some wonderful live music with us. I'm glad my camera is working. Thank you for host putting me on because I wasn't able to put myself on. So there you go. It's a team effort. Um, One last time, everybody, let's definitely support Adrian in all the wonderful ways that we possibly can. And for those of you who are volunteers, he does these beautiful initiatives, feeding the elderly, feeding the homeless, planting trees, cleaning up the beaches of Los Angeles. So green energy is what we've been focusing on, but time and personal energy is also a beautiful way to do that. And our kind of last official person for tonight is Mose, and we're going to play Mose, and I'm going to try and spotlight some of you who are in our Zoom room. So turn your cameras on, because as we listen to Mose's music, it's my intention to spotlight some of you, and hopefully that's all going to work just fine. And
Before we go, one thing we didn't mention about the virtual marketplace.
Yes.
It just dawned on me. And Adrian, I don't know if you want to share that some of my favorite items that I've gotten across the years at Disclosure Fest are from the exhibitors. And there's so many beautiful things that you can purchase to help small business owners. And one of the things that we want to make sure that people know about, especially because it's the holiday time, is our virtual marketplace that supports our exhibitors. Sometimes there's beautiful clothes, essential oils, crystals, just all sorts of really unique items. And so that's on the website.
And it's the holiday seasons, like, stock up, support these vendors. They've supported Disclosure Fest forever. And, we're just here to also support them. And that's disclosurefest.org/marketplace.
Mm-hmm.
all right.
Also, I want to introduce our activation line at Disclosure Fest. So we have developed an ink that goes on t-shirts that is made of 37 crystals and gems. So it's an organite, wearable healing technology. Go to disclosurefest.org. You can scroll down the main page, you'll see it. It's really potent stuff. There's, like I said, over 37 crystals compose this ink. And yeah, it's super activating, and you'll feel it right away. So yeah, that's our activation line. Support it. And it's even activation.
And everybody, make sure you put your email address in there. Of course, we've got a lot of it from this show, but definitely go shop around and check out everything happening at Disclosure Fest. And this is also where you can donate.
Amazing. Beloveds, I'm going to go to the watch party that I have my community at, and eat some dinner and still be in this vibration, in this field with you. I'm so grateful for today. Happy 11/11.
Thank you, Anastar. I want to acknowledge she's been at it. She did her annual event that a lot of us tuned into. Well over 100 people were there. At one time I tuned in and it was did you notice when it was 111 that were there for you?
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty
At
cool.
exactly 11:11 a.m. it stopped raining and the sun came out.
Wow.
Yeah.
So beautiful.
Love you all so much. It's been an honor and a privilege.
All right. We're going to take a listen to our friend Mose, who's celebrating his 40th birthday today. He's in Hawaii with his beloved Bruna. But this is a recording that he did for us. So let's enjoy some Mose. And share sound. Here we go.
Dive into the ocean of your heart. Dance on the waves of love. Return to the center of your heart. The light will guide you.
That is Mo's, and today is his 40th birthday. And you know, Adrian, he just Adrian, if you do me a favor, you could find me and spotlight me, because for some reason I can't spotlight myself. It's the strangest thing. Um, but today's his 40th birthday, and he just released his first album that he's actually created himself. It's called The Bridge, and you can find it on all the regular places, Spotify and Bandcamp and such. And so that song is on it. Adrian, I know you're a big fan of Mo's. He sent you lots and lots of love. And we have a video, which I'll play a little bit later, of him. But any thoughts you want to share?
Yes, that's how it's supposed to. I started spotlighting people, so I don't know how to take them out, but thank you all for dancing, because you see you move your booties. Yeah, no, I love Moses. Moses is one of those artists that, I bring a lot into my portals, into my healing sessions. He's definitely someone that's channeling some really amazing frequencies. So yeah, super, super grateful that you brought him on, and yeah, such an activation for all of us.
Yeah, he's a beautiful, beautiful man, and he's looking forward to coming to the next event that you put together for sure.
Can't wait. Yeah, for sure.
And I want to thank a lot of you are joining the Global Peace Tribe. We've had a lot of people subscribe over the last 15, 20 minutes since we made that announcement. So that's very cool. And probably the very best part of being part of Global Peace Tribe is that you get to experience on a regular basis the magic and wonder of Bashar. He is our house musical artist. He's extraordinary. And he is going to come on next. Bashar, if you could raise your hand again so you come up to the front, or if you could go ahead and bring yourself up on. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, who's
Namaste, everybody, and what an amazing last few hours. Holy smoke, there are no words, absolutely. And to cap it all off, Mose, he's a new artist for me. Dude, what a dude. Absolutely amazing. I am just so in alignment, as I'm sure many of us are. And I'm going to sing us a little song, and it's called I Am the Lover You Need. So when you think that it's something outside of you, then listen to this song, and then you realize that everything starts from within. Just there, and one moment. It's good. And it's on, and here we almost go.
In your eyes, where is the joy in your heart? Why are you hiding from me? Staying locked in your doubt. My love is all that there is. Your fear is hurting you so. I know it's all that you feel, and that it's hard to let go, let go, let go, 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 that look in your eye. You do not believe in me. live in your dreams. I've come to set you free. I am the lover you need. I hold my hand out to you. All I ask is your trust. I love you more than you know, and I love you, 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 purpose to life. Come back home.
Let's all give a twinkle to Omashar. That's what we do here. We twinkle Omashar and the people that we love.
That's, yeah.
And,
I feel a twinkle. Thank you so much.
and I want to look at all the global peace tribers. These are all part of our regular Awakening World family that I've spotlit. And so it's wonderful to have all of you dancing and moving and grooving to the music. Fanny, are you folks ready for your number? And we'll be back. We're going to go to Fanny and Vigari, and then we're going to have one more Omashar song.
Can they unmute themselves?
Let's see.
You can do it manually or make them co-hosts. So one or the other.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm going to make them co-hosts. Okay, go ahead. Try it now. You're still muted, Fanny.
Oh, it's good now, but sister, it's good.
Now it's good. Yep, now it's good.
Take a moment.
Okay, here we are, I believe.
Oh, what a wonderful, special night. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Peace Tribers.
We can hear the vibration. Today we had such an extraordinary day here on this island called Salt Spring Island. We had a water blessing, 11/11, and a gold dust in the rain as we prayed together. There was a gold dust and then a rainbow that appeared, and it was just really, really high vibration all around, and we felt it here at home. And we're so blessed to be on this show with you. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Bashar. Thank you, all this great love tribe that gives us hope to continue our mission to bring peace and love. So this music is lit.
Truly a magical day.
Truly. On 11/11 portal, we felt the gold light and the rainbow came in. Home, sweet home. Thank you for everything. Let the music play. Are you ready?
We are ready.
to the deepest part of me.
Let the music play
To set our soul free.
Let the music play
And mend the broken hearts.
Let the music play
For universal peace, peace and love.
Let the music play
For peace and unity. The healing of the world is peace and harmony. The healing of the world is peace and unity. The healing of the world is love for you and for me. The healing of the heart of humanity. Akiole yo mayole, akiole yo de mayo shaye, akiole maye, akiole yo mama ye. Akiole yo maye, akiole yo mayole. I say thank you And so it is. Hola. Where's everybody? Everybody's in the hola, hola, Scott. Scott,
You know,
you got beamed up. Or beamed somewhere.
The craziest thing, my computer kind of froze up. I had to go to my little small laptop, and I'm not able to find myself. Usually I'm right in the corner, so it's been a little bit of an interesting trick.
It's a miracle you're back.
And again, Fanny and Vigari, you can find them on Bandcamp as Mystiques 1111. Mystiques 1111 on Bandcamp. Or you can find them by being a regular viewer of The Awakening World, because they are on our show quite frequently. And people are asking, Ayada just said, when are they going to be on The Awakening World next? You also get to meet Jasmine Bear, who's my trusty dog and the mascot for the Global Peace Tribe. Do I get a kiss? Get a kiss? Okay, here we go.
Ow, ow, to all the beings of the world. Ow, ow,
Well, you know, we're wrapping up, even though there's still 168 people in the Zoom room. So I want to just thank everybody for still being with us. And as we wind down, we're going to have one more Omashar song. And I'd like to encourage you, put in the chat box, what were some of your favorite moments from tonight? What were some of the special moments? Who really, everybody was wonderful. Each presenter, each musical artist really touched my heart. But I'd love to hear from people what stood out for them. And Adrian, I'm going to go bring you up for a moment. What stands out for you tonight? What is there a particular moment that really comes to mind initially for you?
Well, I mean, obviously that Mose was a big one for me. He was supposed to play the festival for me this year, for us this year, and it was you know, it was amazing to have him there. But also it was so much. I mean, Elizabeth April, Ruby Chase, Daryl Anka, yeah, there's just so freaking. Jay Brave always brings it. I mean, it's kind of like the Disclosure Fest, like.
Come over here and sit on my lap.
So it's just kind of like it's the wrong person to ask.
Here.
You want? Oh, here's some more Disclosure Fest acts. So
Hi, Star fam.
Oh my gosh, and Jay Brave's here too. He drove all the way up here. He said he's staying present with them. So
Okay.
I think he's complete here, and he's present with the birthday party for Maura, and it's been absolutely amazing. And everybody's just so uplifted and pretty. What do you go by now? So
I am
Sophia.
Sophia.
I am Sophia. I almost called you.
I know.
Yeah. I am Sophia. Performed at Stairway to the Stars
This
and
day last year.
yeah, in Vegas. And this was Maura's birthday party in Vegas with I Am Sophia Rose. And she just brought it musically, and just her energy was so awesome last year. So yeah, we got the whole fam over here.
Star Tribe. Thank you guys for putting on this amazing event. We've all been tuning in all day since it started.
Hey, Scott, I'm here too.
Oh my God, Kathleen! Kathleen is my
Kathleen disappeared.
Oh my
Kathleen,
God, look here. I'll get out of the way so you can get in. There you go.
Kathleen just brought us the best birthday cake I've ever had in my life. Oh my God.
Wow.
For Maura.
Yeah.
It was chocolate
Avocado. Yeah.
Chocolate avocado.
raspberries, and it was the most delicious cake I've ever had.
And the crust
hands down.
is almonds and dates.
I'm not surprised. Kathleen always brings, whatever she brings is always like the most special, whatever it is.
Oh, thank you, Scott.
Yeah. Love you so much,
I
Kathleen.
love you too, Scott. It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see
And
you.
it's so awesome seeing the role that you play in all of these new age events. It's just beautiful. You've really stepped into who you are in your full empowerment, and you bring so much love and consciousness to the community. And I just want to thank you from my heart.
Well, thank you. I love you both. But this isn't about me today. It's about Adrian, and it's about disclosure.
Yes.
And so one last time, just to remind everybody, you can learn all about Disclosure Fest by going to disclosurefest.org. And of course, there's, today's show that we've been, this incredible evening, and a big thanks to all the people that participated, from Marianne Williamson to Tiralanka, Elizabeth April, and order your gem and crystal shirt. Somebody in the chat box was asking how to do it. This is how you do it. You go to disclosurefest.org and just scroll down a little bit, click here to shop now, and look at all these amazing things that you can get. And this is really important to help support Adrian so that we can have a big festival. When's the next one going to be, Adrian? It's going to be in June?
Our permits for June 20th through the 22nd, 2025. So come join us, support this. We're going to be doing some initiatives. You'll be seeing them out soon, so check it out. Come help us. Spread some food, plant some trees, work with some children, all the things. So just join us. We're always, wanting to connect with all the community and help activate that service within everyone. So yeah, come join us and uplift and share with the community.
Adrian, where's it going to be in 2025?
Make a state.
Oh, yeah, it will be there. Okay, good.
I'm going to read, I asked people what their highlights were, and there's a lot of comments in the chat box. So I'm going to read some of them. Becca Rich, thanking all of us for our heartfelt contributions. And she was especially impressed with Elizabeth's share that this was happening for a reason. Danja writes, I'm buzzing so much right now. I loved the Disclosure Fest video. What a story it tells. Audra says, Marianne Williamson. It says, everything was fantastic. Jay Brave and his spoken word was a highlight. I can't wait to play him on my radio show. Thanks for this wonderful, enlightening gathering. Mary Lou says, undoubtedly all of the presenters, all of the guests, all of those of us who have enjoyed and have been tuning in, this has been an equally awesome, phenomenal, stunningly beautiful, and brightly blessed. So thank you very much, Mary Lou. Waleska says, I enjoyed Elizabeth April's talk. Joseph says, thank you all for this. It's been the perfect evening. Audra says, thank you all the organizers from New Zealand. A reminder from Fanny, you can get her at the mystiques1111.bandcamp. Danja chooses Marianne Williamson as her favorite. Matsumi is contemplating on those beautiful crystal shirts. And Kelly says, I can't pick a favorite. They were all so great. And the wisdom from all the speakers. I enjoyed the meditation and the music. Dia Therese is choosing Larissa, is what she really enjoyed, and she likes my voice. Ellie writes, wonderful event on many levels. Erica writes, especially loved the Jay Brave, Rissa vibes, and the breath work. So there you go, kind of towards the end there. And Rissa vibes is actually in the house. She wrote, it's been amazing, all of it. Sarah writes, the energy I've been feeling today has been truly off the charts. It feels like a big, funky, groovy party, which is exactly what our intention was. So I'm glad we got that, Sarah.
Yeah.
A couple last ones. Erica writes, thank you all so much. This has been so great. Can we get a replay? Yes. You'll be able to find the replay. Go to Disclosure Fest's YouTube channel. If you go to the Global Peace Tribe YouTube channel, it'll be posted there by tomorrow morning. Also, Elizabeth April is going to post the recording on her channel. And I'll close up with Beth saying, thank you all so much. So many badasses in this world. I'm way, way inspired. So it's a good one for us to close with.
It was a great flow with everybody, the really good flow. And Jay Brave's going to come on Awakening Code Radio. I never talked about my little thing that I do.
Tell us about Awakening Code Radio.
Never mentioned it. But yeah, Awakening Code Radio is on kxfmradio.org. And we're on every Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Pacific time. We've been on the air for 12 years.
Wow. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Let's all twinkle Michelle. 12 years of doing it.
12 years, yes.
That's amazing.
Larissa's been on many, many times. Adrian's been on many, many times. Jay Brave's been on, pretty much Elizabeth April's been on quite a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to be able to share people with other people. And that's what this whole thing was all about. I mean, look at all the connections you got tonight, Scott. Deborah got
I
connections.
booked Rissa Vibes. Rissa Vibes is going to be on the Awakening World on November 30th.
Yeah, we were able to do that behind the scenes to get Rissa and Scott and Jay Brave together. And that's what this is about. You know, I really felt like 11/11 was the portal that we needed to stay in that positive vibe, you know, and a lot of people were saying in the chat, I was reading it, a lot of people were saying that they really needed this. They didn't realize how badly they needed this. And in the planning, that's what I felt was going to happen was, you know, we had a few dates out there and those dates didn't feel right. And this was the only date that landed with every one of us that we said, the world's going to need us, you know, on this date. And it was true. Our intuition was right. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Michelle. Adrian, any last words before we conclude with an Omashar song?
I just wanted to give my gratitude again for everybody for joining us all. I mean, you hosts for just approaching and staying dedicated and wanting to set that vision and bring this forward. I really appreciate it. Honestly, like I always really shoot for service. So it's like, I want to encourage people to get out there and be of service, whatever way you can. Because, you know, this is why we're here. You know, there's two types of people out there, and the law is one. There's service to self and service to others. And, you know, how do you show up in the world? That's my.
Well, thank you for your service, Adrian. Michelle, love you so much. I'm going to remove us and leave it all up on Mr. Omashar to conclude the evening with the wonderful ways that he does every night on the Awakening World.
There I am. That was awesome. I could say something about every presenter, but we're all one within and we're all presenting each other. And this song called Hypnotized, we've been hypnotized for lifetimes, for eons, but not anymore. And this speaks to that. And so just so that we can just remember where we were. Da 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 bum ba da 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 ba da ba da da bum ba da da ba da da bum ba da 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 bum ba da. Now we recognize we've been hypnotized. The spell is wearing off, and so now we rise with higher frequencies. There is no disguise. The truth of life itself is now realized. Love is reaching through the hearts of me and you. Our world is waking up to our different points of view, because now we recognize we've been hypnotized. The spell is wearing off, and so now we rise with higher frequencies. There is no disguise. The truth of life itself is now realized. Ba da 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 bum bum ba da da bum ba da ba da da bum bum ba da dum dum oh da 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 So shake yourself free of the past. No longer do we walk in the dark. And show each other what we can do. And let our light shine right on through. And let the good of humanity stay. And let the dross simply fade away. And let the mother return to us all. So that love can have her way. So now you recognize we've been hypnotized. The spell is wearing off, and so now we rise with higher frequencies. There is no disguise. The truth of life itself is now realized. Ba-da-da-da. So shake yourself free of the past. No longer do we walk in the dark.
Woohoo! Let's all twinkle, beloved Omashar, and twinkle all of you, everybody watching. Thank you, even though most of you have your cameras off. We love you. We appreciate you. Hope to see you on the Awakening World this Wednesday night. All about the embodiment of spirit is our topic. And hope to see you all soon. God's blessings. Big thanks to Adrian for just being the inspiration for this. And we look forward to our next connection with everybody. Have a beautiful, beautiful week. And remember, carry this love, carry this inspiration that you've heard tonight. And as I always like to say, we can make any moment divine by choosing to see the divinity in all. Even the people with maybe different political beliefs or different ideas, we can still see